Hey, how's it going, everyone? You ready for some Silent Hill 2? You ready to get sad? Because as we all know, Silent Hill 2 is not really a horror game. It's secretly a sadness game. Mr. Kine, or Mr. Kane, thank you for the 2 years. Tony Wing, thank you for the 50 months. Mako, thank you for the 52 months. Solid Link, thank you for the 20 months. Cheers, everyone. Let me just catch up and see who's here. Ready for the feels and the deep, deep despair and melancholy? That's what we're all here for. What's up, Dave? Good to see you. Bloody Crow, Fefer, Salami, A New Life, Master of Reality, everyone. How's it going? Sail. Yeah, I'm definitely in the mood for some Silent Hill 2. I'm feeling it, especially listening to those tunes. Definitely getting me in the right mood. I'm not going for the in water ending. I always go for the leave ending. I would go for the in water ending more often if I didn't really dislike the credits music that plays after it. That is my that is literally my main reason for avoiding the in water ending. I really don't like the transition to Angels Thanatos after it. Um, but I'm sure I'll go for in water one of these days. I'm also a big James sympathizer, and I just prefer the leave ending in general as well. It's my favorite ending. Um, but I like it. I like the in water ending as well. I really I think almost all of the endings are interesting. The Maria ending is great. The Maria ending is almost feels worse than the in water ending to me. Uh, at least with the in water ending, James owns up to what he's done. With the Maria ending, it's like the whole journey was pointless. And it's like the same thing is just going to happen again. The Maria ending is incredibly dark. Uh, and it's crazy to think that might be worse than him actually killing himself, but I think it might be. It comes across as worse to me. Um, all right, let's play some Silent Hill 2, shall we? Hold on. Okay, let's do it. But yeah, the in water ending, the developers have said it's the ending that means the most to them. They didn't want any ending to be canonical, but they said the in water ending was what they put. They put the most effort into that, or it was the ending that felt the most natural to them. Um, and of course, it's no mistake that what do we see here on the menu? An image of water in the background. Not that water in this game means death exclusively or anything like that, but yeah, water is a strong motif in the game, and the presence of Toluca Lake is a big part of the game. Um, hold on a second. Oh boy. Another controversial thing that I think I'm not going to do is play the opening cinematic. I think we're just going to go straight into the game. Especially when you have a completed file. When you watch the opening cinematic, you get all the fucking dialogue. Not only do you see every fucking cutscene from the game, it also plays all the dialogue. Uh, so I don't think I'm going to play it as much as I really like the theme of Laura and everything. I will play it after we finish the game. I think that's when I'm going to play it at the end, or maybe the next stream when I play Born from a Wish, because then we'll have already seen the whole game. Um, so yeah, I think we're just gonna jump straight in. Hey, what's up, Nico? But yeah, we'll talk more about the water symbolism later. I think it's pretty interesting. Um, New game. Let's do it. Main scenario, letter from Silent Heaven. Sub scenario, born from a wish. Yeah, we'll be doing the main scenario today, and then I'll probably do the sub scenario another time. Is this my favorite Silent Hill? Oh yeah, definitely. This is like one of my favorite games of all time. Top 5, top 3. Um, Whoa! Jesus, I didn't press X twice there, did I? Yeah, I'm gonna play on normal action level. This game, I think, just isn't really balanced well on hard mode. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna play on normal. Like, combat and boss fights are not Silent Hill 2's strong point. So the idea of stretching those boss fights out even longer, artificially just giving them more health and it's just not really a good time. The shorter that Pyramid Head fight is at the end of the game, the better. Same with the Mary boss fight. And especially the chase sequence in the hospital with Pyramid Head. Having to stop and turn around and shoot him and then go forward and turn around and shoot him. It kind of kills what that sequence is supposed to be, I think. It's supposed to be a chase, a dramatic, heart-pounding chase sequence. And when you have to turn around to shoot him, it's just like, ugh, I don't know. Although maybe if you have speedrunner skills, maybe you don't have to. But I don't have speedrunner skills. So we're gonna go normal, and I'm thinking we go for normal riddle level this time. I usually do hard, but I'm thinking we do normal, just to experience what they're just to see what the riddles are on normal. Because they're written differently, and I think on normal and hard they're both really nicely written. You get some nice prose, some nice rhyming. Um, Easy, I think they're like overly simplistic. Of course, the game does have an extra riddle level as well, but I don't have that unlocked. If you complete easy, normal, and hard on one save file, on your next playthrough, there's a chance that you will get another riddle difficulty. It never appears in the menu. You can never select it manually, but it can randomly appear once you've completed all 3. I really need to set up a save so I can show that sometime. I think I've only ever done it once before on stream. But yeah, I think we'll go for normal this time. Hard riddle is okay. The hard riddles in this game really aren't that bad. They're easy enough to solve. Like you still need to think about them, but like compared to Silent Hill 3, it's like nothing. Let's go for normal. God, these FMVs.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
No. Afraid not, James. Man, the FMVs in this are just gorgeous. The most beautiful I've ever seen, I think. It's pretty rare for PS2 games to have them as well, right? Like, you really associate them with PS1 games. Like, so many PS1 games had FMVs. I guess I guess Final Fantasy X had them as well. Final Fantasy did continue to use them with 10. Was 10 the last time they used them? I can't remember if they ever used them for 12. But yeah, you definitely saw them a lot less on PS2, but the ones that you did see on PS2 were like the height of them. But these ones in Silent Hill 2 are just gorgeous. All done by one guy, Takeyoshi Sato, the same guy who did them in Silent Hill 1. Just beautiful work, especially the scenes with Maria that we get later. Just the subtle expressions, the minute expressions that he pulls off. Oh, man, the mood of this game. You just get enveloped in it immediately, suffocated by it. Can we get any interaction with the mirror? No. Let's take a look. What do we have in our items? Photo of Mary. A photo from when she was still healthy. In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. That's definitely Mary's name in her own handwriting on the front of the envelope. And that's all we start with. Okay. There's some interesting stuff to talk about in this bathroom, but I think I'll play the next. We'll go and play the next scene before we do any of that. Huh, weird. I don't have the UFO item to pick up. Why is that? I feel like we had the same issue with Silent Hill 3. I have a completed save on here, I think. Maybe I don't. So dreamlike, this music, yeah. Just lost in a daze, a haze. That big sigh that James lets out in that scene as well. Holding his hand up to his face as if questioning his own reality, whether he's even here or not. It's a very strange kind of thing to do. You know, just holding his hand up to his face, not touching his face, but just like, it's a very strange motion. Then lets out this sigh of exhaustion. The first other character we see as well, Maria, on the poster here. I always felt this was a really suitable way to introduce Maria, or like being presented as an advertisement. Just if you think about that symbolically, it really fits with her character. Because she is like another option being advertised to James as a replacement for his wife. Come to town. Come and consume your Lady Maria. All right, let's step out. Ooh, hold on a second. Come to Silent Hill. Replace your wife. Replace your life. Yeah, it's hard to really make out what's on the poster, but I'm assuming it's a Heaven's Night ad.
restless dreams. I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Ugh. I love it. Bravo, Guy Seehee. What a beautiful performance and delivery of that little monologue. I love it. He really captures that sense of longing so well, just like complete loss. Complete desperation. Like, that's all that he has. This hope to find Mary. Yeah, this game has some wonky performances at times, you know, not every scene works as well as that, but when it comes to the really big and important scenes, usually they nail it. I think that's an example of them really nailing it. Guy C does a great job with that dialogue. Just the complete despair. And if we try and leave here, this is the road I came in on. There's no point in going back. We're not trapped here. We want to come here. Let's take a look. What do we have in the car? The way the music subtly changes here. You hear that? Almost like an engine being started. Wow. We step away from the car. Fades out. Can we look in the car again? There's nothing else worth taking. No, you don't want to grab your wife from the back seat? Okay. So of course, we will be talking about spoilers throughout the majority of the game. If you don't want to see any spoilers, you're in the wrong place. Probably should have said that before I made that last comment. Not that that is something that ever gets spoiled in the game. That's just something that the developers have said. That Mary is in the back seat of the car here. And that ties in with the in water ending, and apparently, like, it was a common thing in Japan that oftentimes when people committed suicide or there was some kind of family suicide, they would put their family members in the back seat before they would like drive off into the ocean or something like that. Remember, I think Guy Seehee himself even spoke about it on some podcast or something he did, or some maybe it was the playthrough he did with Fungo on YouTube. But yeah, apparently it was a relatively common thing in Japan. You know, if a family member killed their family, or, you know, drove off into the water with their family. I think this sound here also plays when we go up here. Yeah. Really weird how it, you know, it just plays in a couple of areas here. Paleville National Park, 10 miles. Paleville, 10. Brahms, 26.5. Old Silent Hill, 50. Oh, this is something the fucking the enhanced modders changed, isn't it? They really shouldn't have changed that. I'm not a fan of that. I always thought that was a really cool detail. In the original game, it should say Brahms is like 100 miles away or something like that, which does make you question it. Like, is that correct? Like, maybe it was something that the developers, maybe the developers did make a mistake. But I think it could also be that an early example or early hint of things being kind of off, or maybe James's perception isn't what is truly there. You know, we're seeing things from a warped mind. You know, because so much of what we see in this game is from James's brain, are things that are being slightly altered or changed. It says 265 miles in the OG. Yeah, like, why change that? Like, really? You think you're confident enough to think that it was a mistake? I wouldn't be so arrogant. I wonder if there's an option to play without it. I wonder, can you still play the enhanced edition with the old sign? But yeah, if we go back into the bathroom here, there's some interesting details on the wall here. The see how you have that blue writing on the wall there, and then some very similar looking writing on the wall on the opposite side here. Both of these are taken from the book of Job. They're Bible verses. And I'm not an expert on biblical texts, but I from what I understand, I know I've read like a lot of discussion about Job in particular and what purpose he has. I think his sections get a lot of criticism because they feel especially cruel. Like Job seems to get punished for doing nothing. Isn't that correct? Something along those lines. Like Job is just like this decent guy, and he just gets completely fucked over by God. I'm sure someone in the chat might know better than I, but the text here, what does this say? I think this says something like the hands that fashioned and made me, but yet destroy me, or something like that. And the one on this side is especially interesting because it refers to moths. Like I'm laying here like a moth-eaten thing, or something that's half-eaten, like a moth, or something like that. That's interesting because moths and butterflies are a recurring symbol in the game. But either way, I always thought that this might relate to Mary in some way. Like if Mary is supposed to represent Job in some way, that she was just struck by this cancer that started to eat away at her, and eventually, or that, well, it didn't eventually kill her, but it would eventually kill her. And lying here like a moth-eaten thing. When we see Mary at the end of the game, it looks like she suffered from some horrible skin condition, and like she has like all these chips taken out of her face. She looks like a moth-eaten piece of fabric or something. So I always thought this was probably supposed to be associated with Mary in some way, that Mary was just, it was just fate that punished her, God that punished her. Yeah, the hands that fashioned, you can kind of see it there. The hands fashioned, and then it's all scribbled out. You can't really make it out. Apparently the writing next to the weird alien figure says God, Shadal. Ooh, I didn't know that. And Jehovah in Hebrew. Yeah, look at the little alien here. It looks like there's a lot of text written on the wall in the background here as well. Look at that. Looks like there's a long letter written there. But yeah, interesting. Oh yeah, there you can see it there. I am decaying. That's what it says. I am decaying, like a moth that's half eaten or something like that. I forget exactly what it says, but yeah. And obviously, decay is a strong visual theme in this. And Mary was very much a decaying being. The cancer eating away at her. Really feels like it's referring to her and the state she was in, and just that idea of just being punished by fate for no reason. In the making of, I think they refer to this bathroom as being the visual Bible for the game. It was the first area they created, and as an example of the style that they were going for. This bathroom very much feels like a decaying place as well. Simultaneous repulsion and attraction is what they used to describe the feeling they were going for with this game. Repulsive, decaying environments, but with a sense of allure and enigma. We got our lovely JPEG of Toluca Lake in the background here. Was this on PS1? Lord, no. PS2. Pete's Bolorama. A lot of people speculate that this may have been Eddie's white van. In the opening cinematic, which we didn't watch, you know, the trailer cinematic, there's a shot of Eddie sitting beside a white van, and it's something that we never see in the game. So people, you know how Silent Hill 1 had shots that served more as a prologue, shots that gave you backstory that you didn't see in the game. People kind of look at that as being the same thing with Eddie, that maybe that shot is showing us Eddie before he arrived in town. But I think we also see a lot of other vans like this in town. But yeah, it could very well be Eddie's. God damn it, modders. Why are you changing the Bram sign? That's HD collection behavior. Alright, let's head into town, shall we? Toluca Lake, this way. It's kind of ominous that when you take the in-water ending in mind. Off you go, James. Down you go into the lake. Off to your death now. Descend into town towards your death. Okay. Now, before we head towards the graveyard, we're just going to stand around here for a minute. Because if you do, you'll hear something interesting. Wait for it. Be quiet. Don't say anything. I'm afraid we're not going to get it. Come on, game. Do it. Ah! There it is. That's so fucking crazy. You have to stand right here at the beginning as well. If you walk halfway down this hill, you don't hear it. The only reason I ever discovered this is because of all of the trouble I've had over the years with this fucking game, because Konami refused to re-release a good copy of it. I've spent, I don't know how many hours of my life fucking with emulator settings and PC versions and patches and mods that I just came across this because I was just standing here fucking with my settings. And that's how I discovered that this was a thing. I'm sure other people knew about it long before I discovered it. But that was my discovery of this item. That's how I came to know about it. This item, this sound. And I think during my I think last Halloween, I tried to get the sound halfway down. I assumed you would be able to get it anywhere in this area. And yeah, I think last year we discovered, no, you have to stand at the very beginning. It just sounds like footsteps really close to your position. Alright, let's head towards the town. Will the timing let it trigger if you walk slowly down? I don't think so. No, you'll be too far down by the time it triggers. Nice, that fog. They really did do an incredible job with this enhanced edition, though. Don't get me wrong, I might complain about that little thing that they changed, but it's great to be able to have a proper HD remaster. Absolutely insane that Konami used footage from this at their presentation. The gall of them. I couldn't believe when I heard that. They didn't use footage from their own releases. They used footage from the enhanced edition. Oh my god. Come on, Konami. Now you have to release another version of the game. You can't let these modders outdo you, can you? But at least they're showing that they know how bad the HD collection is. You know, this should be the HD remaster of the game. This is what it should be like. Wow. This is James's mind right now, this sound. And what do we see here? Our first save point. Down a well, in water, again. There's something in the well. What's that? Looking at this makes me feel like someone's groping around inside my skull. It gives me a weird feeling. So they get kind of meta with the save points again in this, like they do in Silent Hill 3. And this very strange image of James here, face to face with James, like looking in a mirror. But the way the image is all kind of blurred and floaty, I think this is supposed to be a reflection in water. I think that's what that image is supposed to be. I think that's the effect that it's supposed to have. Especially when you see this first save point and how the red piece of paper looks on the water. You can see it kind of looks all blurred and wet, obviously. And that's what I think water symbolizes in this game. Not only death, as it is associated with the in water ending, but also reflection. Reflection, lost memories, or the inability to reflect in James's case, an inability to own up to the past and reflect on what happened. It's interesting as well when James questions where the special place is at the start of the game. You know, our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there, just the two of us, staring at the water. You know, like a classic, a classic romantic occasion, spending time in the park, staring at the water, reflecting. And it's interesting when we, of course, that is our first, that is our goal. That's our objective, to find our way to Rosewater Park to see if Mary is there. That's where he has, that's what he has set as their special place. That's all he can think of right now, Rosewater Park, where they spent all that time staring at the water. And of course, when we get there, Mary isn't there, but someone else is. But yeah, it's just interesting to think of that association with the water, because it's especially interesting when we get to the park and see if there's any water there. We find that there is no water. The well here. We get stuck down a well later on, too. Water and chill. Whoa, my view on this is kind of fucked up. I'm not really sure how you set the view properly with a pad in this. Like, you should be able to hold a button and then manually control his view with the analog stick, but I couldn't really see how you set that on this version. You know, there's no... All you have is one button to set for view. And then he just looks. You know, if I lightly press it, he looks there. Then as I press it even more. Enhanced Edition should do it by default? Huh, not for me. Who's that? Angela, crouching, just staring at the grave here. Whose grave is it?
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay, I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone.
Who is it?
Someone... very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. sorry. It's not your
No,
problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
Really nice. The fog looks great during that scene now. Just the thick fog swirling through them. Let's go back. See if there's anything else to say.
Aren't you looking for someone?
Look at that fog.
That's right.
There should be another little scene here as well.
What is it?
Oh. Nothing. Sure is quiet here, huh?
I guess.
Love it. Just two little awkward scenes. Hey, what's up, Storm? I really like what they do with Angela's body language in this. This first scene, just the way she reacts, the way she kind of coddles herself. Feels especially revealing, you know, once you know her story. On repeat playthroughs, you see a lot more in her behavior that indicates what happened to her. The way she, just the way she reacts to James coming up behind her. I mean, I guess anyone would react in that frightened manner in such a secluded place without anyone around. Anyone could get scared with someone coming up behind them like that. But you know, knowing what we know about Angela, it feels a bit more meaningful. This male figure coming up behind her. The way she caresses the gravestone there as well is really interesting at the end of the scene. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. And she kind of rubs the gravestone as she says that. Angela's story it revolves around abuse, sexual abuse, at the hands of her father mainly. And one day, she snapped. She couldn't take it anymore, murdered her father, was overcome with guilt, fled to Silent Hill. And now she's looking for her mother. I'll be AFK sometimes because I have a pumpkin on my doorstep ready and waiting for trick-or-treaters. Ah, nice one, Storm. But yeah, Angela has a real childlike innocence about her. And apparently, I think recently enough, Jeremy Blaustein said something in an interview which contradicted something that Sato said in the Silent Hill 2 making of. In the making of Silent Hill 2, Sato explains that they deliberately made Angela look and sound older than she actually is. I think officially her age is supposed to be 19 or something like that. But they had Donna Burke play her, who was like in her 30s or something like that. And they made her look older as well, facially. So when I don't think Blaustein was correct with what he said. I think maybe he was unaware of what the developers were going for there. because I'm afraid I have to take Sato's word over Blaustein's when it comes to this. Sato being the character designer, the guy who created all the FMVs, the guy who created the character. But yeah, it's an interesting choice, you know? She's 19, but she looks and sounds older. I think that's tying into her abuse, her sexual abuse, like she was forced to grow old, forced to lose her innocence. Angela's a really tragic character. She has some incredibly sad scenes later on. All right, let's make our way further into town. Another interesting thing, a lot of people theorize that these reeds or plants here, that this is White Claudia. You know, in Silent Hill 1, we learn about the herb, White Claudia, that's used to create the drug. And we're told that it grows in water, right? So maybe. Some people are saying that she is the main character of the game. Well, James is the main character of the game. But yeah, like the game has a special focus on three characters. James, Eddie, and Angela are like the three sinners that come to Silent Hill for redemption. They've each committed some act that they feel guilty for, and they come to Silent Hill to resolve that, to find something, to find someone, or to, yeah, or to find punishment. Really, not to be absolved. Like in James's case, James wants to be punished for what he's done. Whoa, take it easy. I'm going for the leave ending. I'm a big James sympathizer, and I always go for the leave ending. But yeah, I guess it's not as simple to say, you know, James is just coming to Silent Hill to be punished. You know, he's obviously trying to escape what happened at the same time and desperately hoping that Mary is still somehow alive, desperately trying to find a way to avoid facing up to what he's done. But yeah, Pyramid Head is all about that part of him that really does desire to be punished. Say what? Silent Hill Ranch. I thought it was interesting during that Silent Hill presentation. Akira Yamaoka said something. He said when he was writing the music for Silent Hill 2, at that time he was reading Crime and Punishment. I've never read Crime and Punishment, but I have often thought about Crime and Punishment while playing this game. I've often wondered if the game was inspired by the book, not really knowing anything about the book. just knowing that the book is famous and that it's about crime and punishment. And that this game heavily revolves around the idea of crime and punishment. So I thought that was really interesting that Yamaoka said that. And I wonder if he was reading it because of because of the game that they were making. And I think the story revolves around a guy who commits murder for what he feels are justifiable reasons, but then slowly his guilt catches up with him and he goes on this odyssey of, you know, guilt and redemption and all that stuff that you find in Silent Hill 2. But yeah, what makes Angela so sad is that, like, it's so easy to completely sympathize with her actions. This girl who was, like, repeatedly raped and abused by her family members eventually snaps, murders her father, but that doesn't mean you're gonna be saved. If anything, it could just make the problems worse. Now you've killed your father, as well as having been raped by him. You're not gonna get abused anymore, but you've killed your father. Pretty rough. The saddest part of Angela's story is that one line that we get. The one, she's coming here looking for her mother. And we find out that she's coming here to kill her mother as well. She has that line later, you know, now you're the only one left. Like, at the end of the game, she thinks she has this delusion that James is her mother. And she says, now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. As she thinks if she kills her mother and all her family members are dead, that then she'll be cleansed. But that's not the really sad line. The really sad line is when she says, even Mama said it. I deserved what happened. Oh my God. And you can really imagine that family situation, you know, the mother looking the other way, coming up with some scenario in her head. Oh, you know, if she's getting abused like this, you know, she must have done something to deserve it. Kind of reminds me of Twin Peaks in a way, and Laura Palmer's character and Sarah Palmer knowing what's going on but refusing to really do anything about it, pretending as if it isn't happening. Although in Angela's case, it's really worse than that, because it's not just having a mother that's looking the other way. It's having a mother that somehow thinks to herself that her daughter deserves the abuse that she's suffering. Yeah, Angela's story is just heartbreaking. Flowers celebrating 70 years. I always thought this felt kind of thematic as well, you know, celebrating the past, the whole idea of memories and history and loving memories. with something. The manual for the game really highlights the town. It really describes the town as this like sanctuary of memory. Lost memories. Just had a gaggle of tiny witches demand chocolate from me. It was absolutely terrifying, I say. Adorable. Sarah Palmer knew about all of Laura's stuff? I think so, yeah. I think the scene that really highlights that is in Fire Walk With Me. You know, when Leland drugs her in Fire Walk With Me? For me, it's quite clear in that scene that Sarah knows she's being drugged. She takes a small sip of the drink, and then Leland is like, go on, finish it. Like, it's like he's giving her medicine. He's standing over her, forcing her to drink this drink. And Sarah looks up at him after she has her sip, and she's like, with the expression that she knows, you know, something bad is happening, and then she drinks it. And then she, after that, she starts tripping out, and she sees the white horse in the room. The white horse, I think, is like a foreboding symbol. So yeah, I think Sarah really does know. And then you get scenes of her later where she's just like smoking like a chimney and just a complete bundle of nerves. You know, I think that's why Sarah was such a bundle of nerves, is because she knew something was horribly wrong. I think she knew deep down what was happening, but... Are these marks blood? That shadow just now. Sarah Palmer in The Return as well. She's like the personification of grief. Or just the personification of pure oblivion. The Abyss. Sarah Palmer is the Abyss in Twin Peaks The Return. She's like, God, she's a scary character. All right, let's chase the monster. She's the end. Hold on a second here. What's my take on the Silent Hill movies? I haven't seen 3D Revelations. And I haven't seen the first Silent Hill movie since I was a kid. So I don't really have any thoughts. I don't really remember enjoying the first one all that much. But yeah, I should probably give it another watch one of these days. Silent Hill 3D Revelations. Pyramid Head swinging his big great knife around. And here we have another save point. Revelations is torture. So this game begins with a very slow build, as you can see. This was a point of contention among the developers, apparently. There was a lot of debate over the start of this game and how they were going to handle it. And in the end, they said, yeah, no, they wanted the long walk to town. You know, initially you get the long walk down the hill before you meet Angela, and then you get this long journey into town as well. And it takes a while before you're really in the meat of the game. Girls, girls, girls. You can just about make out what's on the sign there. Girls, girls, girls. And I think it says open underneath the first girls. Advertisement for Heaven's Night, maybe? Looks like some kind of strip club or something again. Is that an ear I see? Nice ass. Oh my god. I can't ready my weapon. Oh, no, I'm good. I'm good. No, 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 no. You're not supposed to be strafing, James. Okay.
Is it dead? What the hell is it? It's not human.
Okay, I think I need to reconfigure my controls. Does R2 do anything? Yeah, R1 is set to ready weapon, but also strafe. That is not good. We don't want that. Let me change my thing here. I am playing the enhanced edition, yeah. Ready weapon. I think I need to go up to my keyboard. Hold on. Okay. I think that should be good now. You've spoken on this before, but what is my view on James's VA performance? I really like Guy See's performance in this game, for the most part. I think almost every character has wonky moments of performance. There's one moment in particular that I really dislike in this game, performance-wise, and that's when Maria gets killed for the last time and James falls to his knees and he has that moment of badassery and he says, now it's time to end this. I always recoil when I hear that because it just doesn't sound right to me. James shouldn't sound like some kind of fucking badass. And I think the line could have been delivered better. I don't think it's an issue with the writing. I feel like it should have just been a more understated delivery. Again, you know, that might have been more of an issue with the direction rather than his performance. Maybe he was told to sound menacing. But yeah, I don't think James should really be sounding menacing in that moment. But obviously the intent was for him to be still threatening because the two pyramid heads in that scene walk back, you know. It's he definitely is supposed to have a sense of intimidation about him in that scene, because the pyramid heads do feel threatened by him, as if, oh, you know, now he knows, he's ready to overcome us now because he understands what we are. But yeah, I'm just not a fan of the delivery. I think the best performance in the game is Mary's voice actor, Monica Taylor Horgan, I think her name is. Amazing. She's so good. Particularly her reading of the letter at the end of the game. It's just beautiful, incredibly emotional. But she's great throughout the whole game. And great at creating two distinctly different characters as well. Like when I'm watching Maria speak, I'm not thinking of Mary. And when I'm hearing Mary, I'm not thinking of, oh, this sounds just like Maria, you know? Obviously they are the same actor, but yeah, she does a really great job with Mary and Maria. Guy Seehey does an incredible job with the opening monologue, like I was saying earlier. Like I love his delivery of the opening monologue, and generally just how he conveys James's complete despair. All right, let's step through the hole here. Huge spoilers in the next scene if you pay attention. If you listen to the radio and watch the subtitles, you can hear Mary say, "Why did you kill me?" Once you hear it, you can never unhear it, but I've never seen anyone notice it on a first playthrough. The subtitles don't completely spell it out, but they kind of half spell it out.
This thing broken?
Waiting for you. Why did you kill me?
What the?
Why did you kill me?
Better take it anyway. I might need it.
Can we go back in here? Look at these bloody footprints. Oh, you can go back in, huh? Oh, is the monster gone? Yeah, the lying figure is gone. There's another body here as well. Dead. Could it have been that creature? What's going on in this town? So the majority of these models that you see throughout the game are actually James's model with deformed heads. Although not all of them even have deformed heads. The one in the apartment building doesn't, although you can't see the face. You don't get an angle to see the face, but you can see that it's James's hair. So yeah, probably not a real person that was killed there, just something coming from James's brain. Maybe his desire to die, his desire to be killed. I always interpreted the lying figures as representing Mary in her sick state. You know, it kind of looks like they're trapped in some kind of straitjacket, and the way they spew out at you, the way they cough at you, that's their attack. Spitting their sickness at you. You know, they look like they're trying to escape some kind of imprisonment. I think Ito said he got the idea for the lying figure from a co-worker who was working on the game. That he came in one day and he had his hood up with his headphones on, listening to music, and he was kind of jamming out to the music, covered by his hoodie, with his hands in his jacket pocket. You can really picture it. Look. Look at this guy jamming out. Oh, yeah, R2. I'm forgetting what I have my controls set to. No. Kick him. I'm struggling to get a full press here. There we go. No, James. There we go. Why am I struggling to get more than one? Okay, what if I can't do 2 of those in a row. Unless I stop for a second. Weird, okay. Oh, maybe... What if I tap? Yes, there we go. Okay, tapping does the trick. What is my opinion on the remake? I have no desire whatsoever for a Silent Hill 2 remake. But maybe I'll play it. I haven't played a single Bloober game. What I have seen of their games and reviews for their games don't really inspire me with confidence. I get the impression that I wouldn't really enjoy games like Layers of Fear and The Medium and stuff like that. Yeah, so I don't have high expectations for a remake, but I also think it's a very hard... Just generally, it's kind of a hard game to remake. Yeah, I don't know. There's been a cave-in on the road. I can't go any further this way. I can't make it to the park this way. I'll have to find another way. Something is written on it. Too bad I can't read it because the surface has been rubbed away. Remains of blank swamp. The blankers of land surround blank. Blank's monument was originally swamp but was later full blank. For blanking ago to blanks, nicknamed Blood Swamp because the blankers poured the wat blanks to wash the ex-blankles in here. Perhaps it's for blankhat that pablankum to have blanken the area. Right, I see. Fucking some mysterious shit happened in this town. It seems like some dark history. Hold on, let me see if I can find the what is actually written here. You can kind of make out what some of it is. Remains of Blood Swamp, I think this is supposed to be. Hold on. The settlers of land, I think, surrounding something is monument, was originally swamp, but was later filled from long ago. The somethings, I think that's the Christians, nicknamed Blood Swamp. And I guess that answers, that already fills in the first part. Because the something, I think that's the executioners. The executioners poured the water used to wash the executioner tools, or the execution tools. Perhaps it's for that something that many people seem to have something in the area. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here's what it actually says. Remains of Blood Swamp. The X meters of land surrounding this monument was originally swamp, but was later filled in. From long ago, the swamp was nicknamed Blood Swamp because the executioners poured the water used to wash the execution tools in here. Perhaps it's for that reason many people seem to have seen ghosts in the area. So this is interesting, an early note here on the old executioners that existed in the town in times past. Pyramid Head is a manifestation of those executioners, a representation of them, born from James's mind, using the town, using the spiritual energy of the town as a catalyst to bring back this figure from the past. And what do executioners do? They punish people for their crimes. Classic little jump scare here. One of the very few in the game. Get back here. No, you fucking bitch! Is the official name of Pyramid Head Red Pyramid Thing? This is a funny thing. In that presentation, the girl constantly referred to Pyramid Head as Red Pyramid Thing, right? I don't know. I've always seen it used. I've always seen it called Pyramid Head in official materials. Masahiro Ito always calls it Pyramid Head. When James meets Eddie in the game, he refers to it as that red pyramid thing. You know, he asks Eddie if he's seen it. You haven't seen that strange red pyramid thing, have you? Something along those lines. I'm not sure if he says strange, but yeah, he calls it that red pyramid thing. But later on in the game, once you eventually kill Pyramid Head, the game calls it Pyramid Head. When you take the eggs from Pyramid Head at the end of the game, the game says in its text, Pyramid Head is holding something. So the game also refers to it as Pyramid Head. And I would say that's when you see its name written like that at the end, that feels more like the game narrating, you know? So that feels more like it's being referred to as its official name. You know, you're not hearing James refer to it. You're not hearing James talk about it. It's the game telling you that, you know, Pyramid Head is holding something. You know, like when you interact with an item or something. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I always thought its official name was Pyramid Head. I got the apartment gate key. I don't think that's something that's lost in translation either. Yeah, and like I said, the creator of Pyramid Head, Masahiro Ito, on Twitter, I think he always refers to it as Pyramid Head. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he calls it something else. But I think he calls it Pyramid Head. So here we get an apartment gate key, old looking key that I found in town. Woodside apartment. Some guy in there riding his unicycle, having a good time. I wish I hadn't designed fucking Pyramid Head. Yeah, I think he always refers to it as that, and the game calls it that at the end. Oh, that's James's line. You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you? It would be a bit weird if James called him Pyramid Head in that moment. Like, you're not friends with Pyramid Head, are you? Like, as if James knows exactly what this thing is. If James doesn't really know what this thing is or what he's looking at, and only just saw it once, this mysterious creature, he probably would be like, well, this fucking weird fucking pyramid thing. Where am I going here? I'm on autopilot here. Yeah, if we head over to this area, we find this trailer. And what is this? There's a memo lying on the sofa. I'll wait at bar Neely's. I copied it onto my own map. So now Neely's bar has been copied onto the map. A classic, iconic location. Even though there's very little to do there. I'll wait at bar Neely's. Bar in caps. Keep that in mind. I've always wondered if that was written in caps for a specific reason. I like that weird looking painting in the background. It almost... Is it even a painting? That green, that swirling green. Hey, cheers, Laguna. Thanks for being here. It's good to see you all here. It's always fun coming back to Silent Hill 2 every Halloween. One of my favorite games. Hey, what's up, Bunya? Just scrolling up here. All right. But before we go to Bar Neely's, we'll check out another location. Locked. Cheers, new life. Bunya, thank you for gifting a sub to Oprah Winfrey. Oh, 2 quick ones in a row. Oh, no. Heal up. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to take these guys out if I want to really show what I want to show in peace. Two of them side by side. It's not a nice combo. Fuck you. Snuff that out. Yeah, here we have the Silent Hill post office. And that by itself isn't all that interesting. But if we walk down the street here, a couple of blocks away, we have another place called magical envelopes. And this is interesting to me because, of course, we start the game having received a letter from Mary. That's definitely Mary's name in her own handwriting on the front of the envelope. But a really cool detail in this game that's very easy to miss when you first play is that by the time we get to the end of the game, this letter will have disappeared completely from our inventory. And it gradually disappears as well. After we kill Eddie later on and look at the letter, we can still look at the page, but the writing is completely gone from the page. And then by the time you get to the final boss of the game, there is nothing in your inventory. No envelope, no letter. So, kind of interesting that we have a place called Magical Envelopes right next to the post office. I'm not going to kill you. I'm just going to leave you there. Right, how about we go and check out Bar Neely's? Place looks run down, shut down, newspapers on the window. There was a hole here. It's gone now. So this line has become really iconic. And it's interesting as well because it's very ambiguous. This isn't a major location. There's nothing to really do here. This isn't tied to any puzzle or anything like that. But it's just this very strange, ambiguous line that doesn't appear to have any obvious context surrounding it. I am not going to press X and have that appear in subtitles for us to read. If I go up and interact with the message there, it will come up, the writing will come up at the bottom of the screen. And if you do that, whole is written in caps. And you can see there as well, the whole is in caps there, unlike the rest of the words. But yeah, the subtitles make that even clearer, makes it more pronounced. And I always thought that was interesting because the previous message that leads us here says I'll be waiting at Bar Neely's. And is the bar the hole? Is there supposed to be a correlation between the bar and the hole? I think a lot of people interpret it this way, and I do as well. I see the meaning of this relating to James's drinking. That the hole, that the bar was a hole for James. We learn later that when Mary died, James started drinking heavily to cope with the pain of her loss. And when we interact with some bottles later on in Heaven's Night, James comments on that, that he used to drink to get away from the pain and the loneliness, but now there's no time for that. He's coming to Silent Hill to resolve his problems rather than going to the bottle. And that's the only thing I can think of that explains what this means. We're in a bar, obviously. There was a hole here, it's gone now. There was a hole in the bar. When the bar used to be an actual bar, when it wasn't run down, but now it's gone. There's no drink to be found here anymore. That's how I look at it anyway. But the whole idea of holes is interesting as well, because another big part of the game later on is that we spend quite a bit of time jumping down holes down into the abyss in the historical society, which feels like a metaphor for James's mind. That area really just feels like you're just going through his own personal abyss, his own, this labyrinth inside his mind. So yeah, just the whole idea of holes and maybe connecting it to the holes that we see later. Maybe you could interpret it that way as well, relating to the holes that we see later. There's a map here, but yeah, it's just interesting because James's drinking really isn't like front and center part of the game. Like, it's very easy to go through the game and not know anything about James's drinking, and it's just one very minor bit of dialogue that's easy to miss that even talks about it. So that might make you think, would they really have this whole thing here dedicated to James's drinking? Like, does this really tie into that? Because it really is a part of the game that isn't, it's not really explored that much. And when we come here, we get some other stuff marked on our map. It shows us, it has that question mark, which highlights the key. Shows us some other dead ends. Happy Burger crossed out. All these other shops that we can't go to. Weird. Why? Yeah, I guess they are just crossed out to show us that we can't go there. I mean, you can't go inside the flower shop either, and that's not crossed off. Weird. Huh, okay. All right, let's head for Woodside Apartments. We have the key. We found the key earlier. Maybe the hole is synonymous for void, and the bar was where James filled this void. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Maybe I didn't make myself clear enough. But yeah, the hole was the bar. The hole was the alcohol. But it's gone now. He's not drinking to solve his problems anymore. He's coming to Silent Hill. There's no alcohol here for him. There's no alcohol in this bar. And, oh yeah, another thing. If you examine this, it also adds to the in-water ending. So that's another interesting thing to consider. Reading this, if the game registers that you have read this, it increases the chance that James will kill himself at the end of the game. So you would think it definitely relates to some void within James. And later on, when we come here, there'll be another message waiting for us, written on this wall here. And I think that message also adds to the in-water ending. Martian, thank you for gifting the sub to Mr. Wolfhound. I thought it was the other bar message. No, I think it's both of them. I could be wrong, but I think it's both of them. I always avoid reading it for that purpose, so I think maybe I was mistaken wherever I got my information, but yeah, no, I think both of the messages do add to it. Hey, what's up, Rudy? Oh! fucking lock onto him, James. Keep that health up. Another thing that adds to the in-water ending is your health. If you keep your health low, there's more of a chance James will kill himself. That adds to the in-water ending. I really love how this game handles its ending system. I wish more games would do something like this, where instead of having the ending be based on like a very clear-cut decision that you make in the game, that it takes like a load of decisions that you make over the course of the game and then just gives you an ending based off off this huge array of decisions that you make. It's a really cool system. Really unique. Come on, you son of a bitch. Wow, he is flying all over the place here. I want to get rid of these guys because there's a note up here that I want to read. Does killing enemies have any effect? I am not sure. I'm not sure how killing enemies affects it. I am not completely knowledgeable on the ending systems and how, you know, exactly what affects what. I know certain things like health. Looking at Mary's photo regularly will increase the chance of getting the leave ending. Looking at Angela's knife will increase the chance of getting the in-water ending, suicide ending. You know, taking care of Maria well and coming back to check on her in the hospital and all of that will increase the chance of getting the Maria ending. You know, if you show that you really care about Maria more than anything, there'll be a higher chance of going away with her at the end of the game. I'm not sure how kills affect things. But yeah, it takes a lot of just subtle little things that you wouldn't think really affect anything. What do we have here? There's a memo pad on the ground. I'm going to write everything that I've learned so far. Maybe that will help you out somehow. If you're reading this, it probably means I'm already dead. Do you have anything to say about this guy? Nothing? I saw those demons. They were there, I'm certain. But my friend says he didn't see anything. If that's true, does that mean that what I saw was an illusion? But whether that demon that ate human beings was real, or whether it was just some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up, one thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. It seems that they're attracted to light. That's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. They also react strongly to sound. If you want to go on living, you'd be better off just sitting in the dark and staying quiet. But even that probably won't save you. If you're going to try to fight them, the most important thing is to relax. It's dangerous to fire a gun while you're all crazy with fear. Take good aim and then squeeze the trigger. And don't forget to finish them off. I think most of those creatures can be killed, even if they are tougher than people. Run away. Run away, run away, run away, run away, run away, run away. So, here we have a little tutorial on how to deal with the monsters, but it also suggests certain things about the nature of the monsters, whether they're real or not. My friend says he didn't see anything, but I did. But whether that demon that ate human beings was real, or whether it was just some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up, one thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. This one is especially interesting as well. It seems that they're attracted to light. That's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. They also react strongly to sound. So this is revealing about the light mechanic. Later on, we'll get a flashlight, and if we turn on the flashlight, that will draw the enemies to us. So this is useful to know mechanically, gameplay wise. Like oftentimes when you're in claustrophobic areas where you don't have a lot of space, it's a good idea to turn off the light when you run past an enemy. Less chance of them attacking you when you run past them, and you won't alert them to your presence as well. But that's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. And there it feels like they're talking less about the mechanics of the game and more about like the symbolic function of the light and the monsters that are attracted to it. The people who need light to see. You could definitely say that about James searching for Mary, searching for the truth of what happened. Monsters being attracted to people who need them, you know? The monsters are here to show James the truth of what happened. You know, they're all representations of his past and what he's done to Mary, and all things that are there to remind him of Mary's sickness or his urges or his desires for punishment. They also react strongly to sound, and I guess that's just alluding to, I guess when you run, I never really pay attention to that aspect gameplay wise, but yeah, I guess when you run, that also makes it easier to lure enemies to your position. It's probably better. You're probably better to walk in certain areas, not to attract attention. It might also be interesting to consider how we get the light later as well. The location of the light in this game is interesting. The room where we find it and where we find it. If you want to go on living, you'd be better off just sitting in the dark and staying quiet. But even that probably won't save you. Yeah, if we truly confront what we do, it may not lead to a good outcome. It may still lead to death. We might not be able to handle it. Might not be able to handle the truth. So they're saying there's a chance. So what you're saying is, I've still got a chance. Look at this cute little roach. And his unicycle sound effects. Kick him! Happy Halloween, Gurko. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. Some bloody handprints on the door. Okay. Looks inviting. Lucky Jade restaurant. Did I go past it? Nope. Oh, I did go past it. Fuck. Silence. Complete silence for the first time, I think. Let's take a look around outside before we go in. The real Silent Hill 2 begins now. Now we're getting to the meaty stuff. Garbage. No use for that. You can see something, though. Look at that little glimmer. Look at that little object. Kind of looks like there's something there. Woodside Apartments, first floor. Got a map of the apartment building. Health drink. Game begins now. Text on screen, garbage. Man, I absolutely love this area. I was posting about it on Twitter a while back, saying that I think this area is my favorite area in the series, just from like a visual standpoint. It's not the most like impressive, like, you know, if you compare this area to something like the church or the hospital in Silent Hill 3, you know, those areas in Silent Hill 3 are incredible. There's all kinds of mad imagery around every corner, and just the level of detail is out of control. But there's always been something about these apartments that I've loved. Just like the understated nature of it, of the area, and just how unique each room feels. I don't know. There's just something about it. So I'll talk about it more when we actually get to the main areas. But even outside here, just something about just the way the way the walls look here, the markings and scratches and graffiti and everything. Just the decay and the dereliction of this area, I absolutely love. Look at how good this looks. Look at these walls. Look at all that dirt and grime. The scratchings down there. Okay, our first stop. Too dark to read the map, and we don't have a light to read the map. But that's okay, because when we go inside this room... Is that a light I see? That framing. I think we only get this framing before we take the light. I think if we come back into this room after taking the light, you don't get this shot. I think it's set up specifically for this moment. That looks familiar, doesn't it? It's Mary's dress. Mary's outfit. I got a flashlight. Ugh. Kick it. Just a mannequin. But these clothes. Can't interact with the mannequin. So, what does this mean? A really interesting detail about this room as well is the wallpaper here. The wallpaper here is completely unique to this room. We visit a lot of rooms in the apartment complex, but they never copy paste this wallpaper, which really makes you think, you know, is the design of it, was it chosen for any specific reason relating to the symbolic nature of what's going on in this room? Obviously, this feels significant. The mannequin with Mary's clothes holding the light. Maybe the wallpaper is supposed to mean something as well. The two birds. Lovebirds or something like that. Man, look how pretty this fucking game is. Just the colors and the light. Beautiful. Anything to say about the mannequins here? A sewing machine. There's nothing special about it. Now, if you're on NG Plus, and I really thought I should have been on NG Plus this time, but again, maybe I didn't save after the results screen or something, like I did with Silent Hill 3. If you're playing on NG Plus, you can get another note here. I'm going to see if I can look this up real quick. What is it called? Silent Hill 2 memos. Mary's letter, carbon paper, basement, book of memories. Although even if I was on NG Plus and we could read the note, it would still be worth looking up. It would still be worth looking this up because you can get a few different notes. There's like 3 or 4 of them that you can get, and I think it's random which one appears. I'm trying to find it, man. Inner garden, gallows, doctor's journal, scars from the past. I found it. Searching for another conclusion. Now I remember what it is. And yeah, I think it relates to. I think the purpose of the note mechanically is tying to the endings, and I think it's supposed to give you hints regarding other endings, clues for unlocking the other endings. Yeah. That's what it says here. So one possible note to find here is called "The Road to Tomorrow," which is a clue for the leave ending. And what it says is the first step to a healthy life is to avoid illness. That may sound obvious, but it's also very important. Instead of working to heal yourself after you're sick, it's better to avoid getting sick in the first place. Also, you have to maintain a positive, optimistic outlook on life. It's no use worrying over things that have happened in the past. You've got to get outside and play in the fresh air once in a while. Instead of just sitting inside reading difficult books. I wonder if this. only appears if you haven't received the leave ending. I'm not sure if that makes a difference. Maybe the notes that you find here on NG Plus also take into account the endings that you've already found. Instead of working to heal yourself after you're sick, it's better to avoid getting sick in the first place. You can find another note here, which is a clue for the Maria ending. This one is called How to Be a Happy Couple. Do you really love her in sickness and in death? If you truly love her, then you must act. It all depends on how hard you fight for her. Whatever happens, don't give up. This does not strike me as a clue for the Maria ending. This strikes me as a clue for the leave ending. I'm reading this off the wiki, so I think maybe the wiki is incorrect here, like it sometimes is. Whatever happens, don't give up. Always try just one more time. Even though there may be hard times, never turn to another woman. What are you smoking, wiki? Yeah, this is surely advice for getting the leave ending. This is telling us to fucking ignore Maria. Do everything we can not to help Maria. And if it comes to it, you must be willing to protect her with your very life. After all, true love means a willing to sacrifice. Be true to your heart, and with luck, things will work out in the end. Right. Yeah, I don't know. That really doesn't read to me as a clue for as like a tutorial for getting the Maria ending. You know, it questions us if we really do love Mary or not. It all depends on how hard we fight for her. Whatever happens, don't give up. Always try just one more time. Even though there may be hard times, never turn to another woman. And if it comes, you must be willing to protect her with your very life. After all, true love means a willingness to sacrifice. I guess all this stuff about like not giving up and like fighting hard for her and be willing to protect her and all this stuff. Like these are things that you have to do if you want to get the Maria ending. You know, you need to make sure she avoids taking damage. If Maria takes lots of damage, there's less of a chance you'll get her ending. You need to go back and take care of her and make sure she's still okay in the hospital room and all that as well. That also helps you get the Maria ending. But still, the with how this is written, and especially with what it's very blunt statement about, you know, never turning to another woman. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's supposed to be read as a tutorial for the Maria ending. Either way, it's interesting. And now the final note that you can find here on NG Plus. Choosing death. When life is filled with nothing but despair, some people choose to end it all. I once chose that path for myself as well. At the time, I felt that I had no other choices. After I made my decision, it became the only thing binding me into this world. Sometimes I would cry to myself while thinking of the past, but mostly all I did was plan over and over again how and when I was going to kill myself. I did stupid, dangerous things. I figured it didn't matter since I was going to die anyway, so I went out of my way to invite disaster. I stopped talking to people, and it didn't bother me even when friendships grew distant. You know what would be interesting? If skipping cutscenes added to the in water ending. Just given what this says here, I stopped talking to people, and it didn't bother me even when friendships grew distant. Fuck these characters! Fuck this story, I don't give a shit. I just want to die. But maybe what this is hinting at is don't check in on people. Like maybe going back and talking to Angela, like maybe getting optional conversations in the game removes points from the leave ending. Obviously, getting optional interactions with Maria adds to Maria's ending. But yeah, I don't know. Does going back and talking to Eddie remove points from in water? I don't know. This text is making me question if things like that remove points from the in-water ending. I did stupid, dangerous things. I figured it didn't matter since I was going to die anyway, so I went out of my way to invite disaster. And yeah, if you keep your health low, that certainly adds to the in-water ending. And I guess that would be the mechanical correlation to this, the gameplay equivalent. Looking at Angela's knife, examining the knife that is associated with suicide. And yeah, there we have it. Now, let me catch up with chat. Thanks, Wiki. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe the Wiki is right, though. Maybe it is. I don't know. It seems. I don't know. That doesn't seem to make much sense. If that second one is a guide to get the leave ending, which it really seems to be, what is the first one? Road to tomorrow. The first step to a healthy life is to avoid illness. That may sound obvious, but it's also very important. Yeah, to me, maybe you could look at this as cynically giving you a tutorial for Maria. Like, the first step to a healthy life is to avoid illness. That may sound obvious, but it's also very important. Instead of working to heal yourself after you're sick, it's better to avoid getting sick in the first place. What if you fucking can't avoid getting sick in the first place? You know, within the context of Silent Hill 2, the character suffering from illness, Mary, the character who was hit with this cancer, I don't think she was able to avoid that illness. I don't think it was. I don't think she could have avoided it. Also, you have to maintain a positive, optimistic outlook on life. It's no use worrying over things that have happened in the past. You've got to get outside and play in the fresh air once in a while, instead of just sitting inside reading difficult books. Yeah, to me, this reads as like very fucking pompous and, you know, oh, well, like maybe if you didn't get sick in the first place, then we wouldn't have had this problem. You know? Almost as if to say, James, you just need to fucking put this behind you and go out and forget about this woman. And, you didn't do anything wrong. Maybe if she didn't get sick in the first place, you wouldn't have had to kill her. Maybe if she took better care of herself. That's how I'm interpreting that anyway, but maybe it, I don't know. What do you guys think? It's very easy to read that cynically. But yeah. Anyway, let's take another look around the apartments. Of course, the appearance of the mannequin enemy here is interesting. It's lying on the ground, and it won't spring to life until we pick up the light. And just again, considering what we read about the light inviting monsters that are really there to help us, to help people searching for the truth. A lot of this stuff with regards to the monsters, I think, was inspired by Jacob's Ladder. Again, I know Masahiro Ito said that one scene in Jacob's Ladder heavily inspired Pyramid Head and the meaning of Pyramid Head. At the end of Jacob's Ladder, when the doctor says, he has that line about, maybe the monsters are really angels saving you from the world or something like that. That apparently that had a huge influence on Ito and his creation of Pyramid Head. That it's all a matter of perspective. This monstrous creature is really there to You know, it could be just as easily seen as an angel there to help James, to make him, you know, face up to what he did, to make him face up to the truth of what happened. And yeah, just with this scene kind of reminded me of that as well. Because I think you could say the same for a lot of the monsters. You know, the monsters are all there to remind him of what happened with Mary. Although with the mannequin, I'm not so sure if the mannequin really relates to Mary's death in any way. To me, the mannequin is more about is more of a Maria-esque monster, like symbolizing his urges and his desire to get away from Mary. The part of James that was sick of Mary and wanted to move on with his life. The part of James that hated Mary and thought he might be better off without her, you know? Another option. Just with how completely sexualized the monster is. A pair of legs and then another pair of legs as a head. I think it's supposed to be the monster is supposed to be wrapped in a condom as well. Ito did say that about the bubblehead nurses. The bubblehead nurses, their heads are supposed to be wrapped up in a condom, and the mannequins kind of look like that as well. They have that just that sheen to them, that texture. It's kind of hard to see it here. It was much clearer when it was alive. But yeah, it kind of looks like it has the same texture. But yeah, I think the mannequin monster probably represents James's desire to be rid of Mary, to be with someone else. Which isn't really something that he actually wanted once he had it. There's that great line at the end of the game when James owns up to what he's done, and he says to Mary, "That's why I did it, honey. I couldn't watch you suffer." And then he stops for a second and says, "No, that's not right. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back." And Mary has one of the best lines in the game when she responds to him, and she says, "James, if that were true, then why do you look so sad?" James thought that's what he wanted, but once he killed Mary, he realized that, you know, Mary was his life. He thought that by getting rid of her, he'd get his life back, but no. Just a mannequin, but these clothes. All right. How about we go and check out some of these other rooms before we spend fucking 2 hours here rambling? Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go down here. Look at this fucking hallway. Jesus. Talk about claustrophobic. Oh my god. But yeah, I've always loved that line. James, if that were true, then why do you look so sad? Yeah, he certainly didn't get his life back. Killing Mary did not solve his problems. Now, oftentimes when I play this game, I forget to come to this room at this point. And if you do, it's interesting because it's quite different to what we see here later on. when we come here now, James is not in the chair. There's no one sitting in the chair. We come here later, and we see another image of James sitting in the chair, looking straight ahead at the TV. And I think the TV is turned on later as well. And you get that blood stain on the ground. Nowhere to be seen now. Is the key here? No, the key isn't here either. Makes it feel like everything here is coming from James's brain. I've seen people compare the wallpaper here to Fire Walk With Me. You know, that painting that Laura has. It is a little bit similar, but who knows? Wonder, do we see this wallpaper anywhere else? Man, these rooms though, just look how good this looks. So nice. This note, it must be from the person who lived here. 3 needles stand of 3 different heights, the fat, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. Is that supposed to be rhyming 15 with thin, thin, tin? It kind of works. It almost doesn't work, but it just about works. 3 needles stand of 3 different heights. The fat, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. Is that supposed to rhyme? It has a nice kind of flow to it anyway. It kind of feels like alliteration. Okay, what else do we find here? What's this? Henry Mildred Scott. And 3 arrows. What's written on the clock here? There's writing on the clock. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. Will you push the clock? Of course we can't. Not yet. No matter how hard I push, it doesn't move. It's like it's stuck to the ground. Okay, well, we'll see what else we can find. And then we'll come back. Look, even the way the lying figure looks here. Look at that sheen. Can't see it so clearly in every area, but yeah, look at that. What do we have here? There's a key on the ground, on the other side of the bars. If I stretch my arm out, I just might be able to reach it. Will you pick it up?
wait! Damn it.
Love the shadows. There's Laura. I can't reach it no matter how far I stretch. But who's that kid? Feels so much darker than the other hallway. I'm not sure if it is, actually. Maybe it's just the sound that makes it feel darker. Like the hallway is breathing. Martian, thank you for gifting the sub to Honey Bucket. Hey, I haven't checked my dashboard in a while. Sorry if I'm behind on thanking people. Hold on a second here. Suffocating breathing. Yeah, I wonder if the sound is supposed to represent Mary. There's an incredible breathing sound in the hotel at the very end of the game, which really feels like it's supposed to be Mary on life support or something. One of the best sounds in the game. Martian, thank you for gifting a sub to Honey Bucket. ABQ, thank you for the 61. And happy Halloween. Vigil with the 15 months. I love watching this story play through the most. You do an amazing job at getting into the details. Happy Halloween, dog. Hey, thank you, man. I always love going through Silent Hill 2 and just talking about it. One of my all-time favorites. It's great fun, like intellectualizing over the game and talking about the meaning of everything. But where Silent Hill 2 really excels and why it's my favorite and why I love it so much has less to do with all that and more to do with just the feeling of the game. You know? It's really the emotion that comes from the story and just the way it makes you feel, the atmosphere and just the moments, the heartbreaking moments and the great character moments. It's yeah, that's what makes it special. I got a handgun. It's a shopping cart. What's that doing here? So a handgun in a shopping cart. In the middle of an apartment, just riddled with gunshot marks. Bullet holes. The wall is pockmarked with gunshots. Typical America, as this Japanese commentary on American gun violence. It's quite striking, the red shopping cart. The red is a real prominent color in this game, associated with Pyramid Head, the save points, Maria. Don't think there's anything else to find here. I wonder, is this just supposed to, like, well, it's interesting to consider what the apartments represent as a whole, I think. You know, like, all the other areas in the games, like, they have this very, like, thematic purpose. Like, the next area we go to is a hospital. Obviously, you associate that the game has a lot to do with sickness and hospitalization, Mary's illness, you know, an obvious part of the game. James's mental issues and mental illness, plays a big role with that area as well. Um, then you have the hotel, which has a strong uh, relation to James's history with Mary and the memories that they shared and everything like that. But what do the apartments represent, if they are here to represent anything or anything related to the theme? I guess I associate the apartments a lot with decay, maybe more than the other areas, just like how decrepit and derelict the areas are. I'm almost reminded of Mary in her decaying state when I go through the area. And this, even picking up the gun here is interesting to me. I think it could be quite possible though to overanalyze this, but picking up the gun is what triggers Pyramid Head to appear on the floor below us, and it also triggers the dead body of James to appear in the seat in that room that we just came from. And for the longest time, I never really thought about the gun here as being especially meaningful or like tying into the story in any way. But I think maybe it does, maybe like maybe it's supposed to represent that idea of domestic violence, James returning home, and because James did murder Mary at home, right? When Mary came home for that brief stay while she was sick. So yeah, maybe just that idea of uh, of domesticity and James murdering Mary at in their house. But yeah, picking up the gun and then having Pyramid Head appear. Is there supposed to be a correlation between those things? I don't know. And same with James appearing as a dead body, like is picking up this gun, this symbol of violence and death. Is it supposed to be really tying in with Mary's death in that way? Interesting to think about anyway. There's no domestic violence in his life. Well, I don't really mean domestic violence in the sense that James was always abusing Mary when she was fit or anything, when she was healthy. But just the fact that he killed her in the safety of their home. But yeah, I just think it's interesting as well, like I was saying, just to consider the apartments as a whole and if they are supposed to represent any one theme. Like a place of safety being corrupted or something like that. Interesting as well, now when we come back down to this area after having received the gun, all the monsters are gone. And it's completely silent. This area was covered in lying figures before, and now they're all gone. Is that because we're back with a gun? Or is it because there's someone else here? Are the monsters scared of a certain someone? That might be more likely. What was that? Some kind of noise north of here? Hiding from the oppressor. Yeah, James is symbolized as the oppressor later on in the prison. With that smothering image. I love this. If we turn the light off, he has this red glow around him. Just standing, staring. And that's it. A mirror image on the other side of the bars. I love how the bars look there as well. They're all like jagged. These really unnatural bars that we see popping up in the middle of these hallways. As if this place is some kind of prison. Yeah, and now when we come back, check this out. I think this is another thing that adds to the in-water ending. If we interact with this body here, I think that increases the chance of getting the in-water ending. Key to room 202. There's a newspaper here. It looks like it's very old. I love this blood stain on the ground here. Like something was underneath the chair and got dragged. Like there was some bloody body that was just dragged from underneath the chair. Oh! Fuck! Oh, man! I never put this together before, but it's so obvious. The chair was here. The chair was right here. Earlier, when we came here. And now it's been moved right up in front of the TV. So there's like a logic to the fucking bloodstain being dragged with the chair. That's so cool, man. I never thought of that before. But I think that's because, as I was saying, usually I forget to show this room before James appears in the chair. Usually I just go straight up to the room with the gun and come down here. I'm not used to seeing the chair in its two different locations. That's really cool, man.
Oh my God. Who could have?
Who could have murdered another person? Who could have committed murder? Just absolutely shameful behavior. He's dead. Who could have done this? Not me. I wouldn't kill another person. Only these horrible monsters. So yeah, here's James again. And unlike all the other bodies, this one looks a lot more like James. You can see that that's his hair pretty clearly. But the really cool thing about this detail is how it comes back at the very end of the game. When James learns the truth of what he did after he watches the videotape, he falls back into the chair and lands in this exact position with a TV in front of him with static. We see this scene later on in the hotel. So yeah, kind of interesting. Almost feels like an ominous warning of what's to come if he does find the truth. If he does face up to what happens. Really makes sense that this would add to the in-water ending as well by examining it, and I think it does. You know, as if to say, if you watch that videotape, it's gonna lead to your death. You're not gonna be able to fucking handle it. One of the best parts of the game as well, when he when we get to that scene later. I love after he falls into the chair, the radio turns on and you hear Mary's voice again, and he like springs to life. It almost brings him back to life when he hears the radio. Even after watching the videotape, he thinks that there's still a chance that Mary could still be alive. That voice. And he goes and goes after her again. We just picked up an item, a key, that magically appeared in this room. Key to room 202. 202 is written on the top of the key. Got it in room 208. Right, let's head to room 202. How many hours will you play? I'm going to play the whole game tonight. This will be like 10, 11 hour playthrough, something like that. Maybe a bit longer. Oh yeah, I love this room as well. Really cool detail here as well. If you have your light turned on, if we wait a couple of seconds, something should happen. Maybe we have to go a bit further in. We probably have to shine the light on them. Yeah. These moths will be drawn to us. Love the colors here. We turn off the light, that green in the cages. Do you have anything to say about it? There's nothing inside the cage. Looks like there's moths drawn on the wall here as well. There are dead butterflies on the bed and ground. There's nothing else of interest here. Looks like whoever lived here was pretty into their butterflies and moths. Have a whole encyclopedia there on the table. It's too dark to tell for sure, but I think there's something on the other side of the hole. Will you investigate? No. I think your controller should vibrate there. You know when James gets that shock? I don't have vibration on this controller, but I think the you get a little vibration there. There's nothing in the hole anymore. Another hole. So yeah, I see the moths as just representing death. We see butterflies come back later in the game. Like Maria has a tattoo of a butterfly on her chest. I think butterflies are generally associated with transformation, rebirth, beauty, life, and moths being more of the opposite to that. Death, decay. Of course, we read that message in the bathroom at the start of the game. I am decaying like something that is moth-eaten, which is very easy to associate with Mary, especially when we see her skin at the end of the game and how she looks. She really does look like she's been torn apart by something, like some moth-eaten bit of fabric. Okay, let's go back. We got our clock key. There's a small clock at the end of the key. It was in a hole in the wall in room 202. Now that I think of it, there was a big old clock in room 208. Here we go. Just have to stop and admire the environments every now and then. Just can't get enough of the visuals here. Just gorgeous. So, let's take a look at this note that we read earlier. 3 needles stand of 3 different heights, the fat, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. So this one is pretty easy. And this is the same regardless of the difficulty as well. Doesn't matter what difficulty you play on. Henry, Mildred, Scott. Hours, minutes, seconds. And it shows us right here where we have to point each one. Let's open up the clock. Do you think there are undiscovered details in Silent Hill 2? Like things that we just haven't found? Like images or sounds or items or like bits of dialogue or text and things? Probably not. Maybe there's still something that I haven't seen. But yeah, who knows? Like it's crazy that random sound that plays at the start of the hill at the beginning of the game. Maybe there's more stuff like that. Like weird shit where you just have to like sit around at the start of some room for 5 minutes before some random sound appears. Who knows? Maybe there's more stuff like that. Hey, there we go. Am I gonna play Modern Warfare 2? Wasn't I asked about that the other day? Probably not. I haven't played a Call of Duty game since Black Ops 2. Wait, no, not even Black Ops 2, I think. Black Ops. So, now that we've set the time in place correctly, we can push the clock. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. The scars from the past, removing the nail. That stops time. How do we interpret this in terms of the story and James as a character? Obviously, scars from the past is obvious, but again, it just makes me think if there's like any deliberate correlation between areas and where we're finding the items related to the puzzle. You know, getting the key for this from that room with the moths. Removing the nail that stops time. Yeah, I guess. Hmm. Hold on, what did you say there? Learning his past will remove the nail, allowing him to move forward. Yeah, something like that. Hmm. Okay, where are we now? That object there is like kind of looks like something you'd see in a hospital, doesn't it? Like a trolley for delivering food to the sick or to the elderly. Think that's what that's for? Surgery tray. Just kind of interesting to see that here. I don't like. It's a pretty unique object. I don't think we see this like copy pasted around every room or anything. Just love how unique all the rooms are. Stuff like that can stand out. Like just little things like that that might be easy to ignore. But then when you focus on it a bit more, it starts to feel like it may have some more significance, especially when it stands out as something particularly unique that you don't see everywhere. Wonder how much the remake will change. Visually, the apartments look completely different from the clip in the trailer. So I wouldn't expect it to have the same design. I reckon the environments will look quite different. Can I go through here? That wild animation. Guys, he's not fucking. It just really, really looks like he's fucking, okay? He's not fucking. It's just incredibly sexually suggestive. But he's not fucking, okay? He was just playing with their legs up against the counter. And now they're dead, I guess. But, yeah, crazy scene here with Pyramid Head. Iconic, legendary first encounter with him, or first scene with him. Aside from the very brief image of him in gameplay earlier from the other side of the bars. I don't think James has anything to say about this. But yeah, it's quite ambiguous, this scene. What does it mean? I still don't really know how to interpret it. We come in, Pyramid Head is abusing these mannequins. They seem to be dead now after he's had his way with them. We seem to have an item in here. I got a courtyard key. Hey! Is that something that they changed for this edition as well? When that cutscene ended, I was still inside the locker. I thought in the original game, you had to walk back into the locker to get the key. I'm probably just imagining that. But yeah, the game is referencing Blue Velvet here as well, which is something interesting to consider. You know, Team Silent take a lot of influence from Lynch's stuff, and in Blue Velvet you have that scene with Jeffrey who hides in a locker while witnessing the perverse sexual abuse of Frank Booth on Dorothy. So it's quite interesting that this scene references it, and we're also witnessing something that appears to be quite sexually suggestive. But yeah, it's like Pyramid Head is an agent of punishment, right? That's what he represents. James's desire to be punished. He takes the form of the old executioners that used to live in the town. So it would seem in some way here he's trying to show James himself in some way, that he's trying to be a mirror for James. But how his interaction with the mannequins here relates to James, I don't know. His murder of Mary. It's interesting that it's the mannequins as well. Again, I'm not exactly sure how to interpret the mannequins fully, but like I was saying earlier, I kind of see them similarly to Maria, that they're less about representing Mary and more about his own, the part of him that desired to move on from Mary, the part of him that wanted to give in to his sexual urges. You know, the part of him that viewed Mary as something ugly and something that he wanted to be rid of. It's such a weird animation. the animation that you get with Pyramid Head when he drags one of the mannequins over here, and then he does that weird flailing motion with his hands. It almost looks buggy. Like, it almost looks like a janky, buggy animation. Like, he's moving his hands around. He isn't even holding on to the mannequin's legs at that point, it looks like. But yet the mannequin's legs are moving as if he is holding them. It's like he's telekinetically controlling them or something. It looks really weird. And the way he comes out of the animation, like his flailing animation, it suddenly comes to a stilted stop. You know, it's almost as if they... It's almost as if it was... It's almost as if it was some kind of buggy animation that they decided to keep on purpose because it just looked... Just because it had a weird effect. It's really weird. Maybe he is still holding on to it with one of his hands when its legs are flailing around in that moment, but it really doesn't look like it. It looks really weird. And then he grabs onto his head as if he's trying to pull off the helmet or something. And how close he is to James in that moment. It's like he really wants them. It's like he really wants to show him what he looks like. Which makes me think that, you know, would he look like James underneath that helmet? Is he trying to show him that, you know, I'm you? It's like he's trying to... It's like he's pleading with James there or something. Like, look at me. I'm trying to pull this thing off. And James shooting at it could maybe be seen as James not wanting to understand. No, I don't want to be. I don't want to know what you are. Looks unnatural, so they kept it. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder maybe on PS2 it was even harder to really see the animation as well. With everything upscaled on the enhanced edition, it's much easier to see how strange and unnatural it is. Maybe Pyramid Head is trying to look out for James here. He's killing the mannequins because the mannequins represent that desire to find something other than Mary, to find Maria, to give in to his sexual urges. Maybe that's what it means. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake, James, why did your brain have to summon these fucking mannequins? These things aren't gonna help you. Those lying figures, though, you need to see more of those. You need to think about those a bit more. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's a very ambiguous scene. There's a painting hanging on the wall. It's some kind of strange landscape. Although we get an even more sexually suggestive scene with the lying figures later on. You know, right when we get to the boss fight with Pyramid Head. The way he has the lying figure, like, bent over. And you get those sexual moans. I wanted to depict that Pyramid Head is trying to remove the visions from James's mind. Those mean lying figures, bubblehead nurses. Pyramid Head tries to make him face to the fact by that. This means his conflict is in his mind. He's still afraid to face it at that time, so he shoots a gun in the closet, right. So you could see his killing of the mannequins as trying to remove the monsters. Which I guess is more or less what I was saying just now, with him trying to remove that part. Trying to remove what the mannequins represent to James. Yeah, that's interesting. One thing I wish Ito never explained, and I almost wished Ito would never even talk about the game, honestly. Uh, on, on, on one side, I really appreciate it, like it's really cool learning more about the games. But another part of me is like, I kind of wish it was he didn't say so much, just to keep it completely open for discussion. Um, but there's one thing that I really wish he never spoke about, and that's the meaning of the save points, or particularly the, the final save point in the game, which is 9 red squares lined up. I've always been so fascinated by that, and just like how mysterious it is. Like, what is going on with the 9 red squares? Like, it always stood out as something that's just so enigmatic. And Ito explained it, I think, last year. And the funny thing is, when he explained it, he said, "I'm going to delete this tweet after an hour," almost as if he didn't really want to explain it. Fuck, it's the fucking internet, Masahiro Ito. It doesn't matter if you fucking delete the tweet. How many sweaty Silent Hill fans do you think are gonna screen cap that and save it? All of them. You know, you make up your mind. Do you want people to know about this detail or not? Because fucking deleting the tweet isn't gonna make a difference. But this ties into what we were saying about Pyramid Head removing the delusions from James's mind. The 9 red squares, Ito says, represent the monsters in the game. And that there are 9 monsters in total that come from James's mind. And you can count them. There are more than 9 enemies in the game. So you kind of have to figure out which ones are not to be counted. I think one monster which isn't supposed to be counted is the little cockroach. But yeah, like the lying figure, the bubblehead nurse, the mannequin, the Mandarin, I think we're including bosses as well. The Flesh Lips boss in the hospital, that's 5. Pyramid Head, 6, I guess, if we're including him. Mary as the final boss. The variation on the bubblehead nurse. There are 2 bubblehead nurses. And now I'm forgetting one. Abstract Daddy. Abstract Daddy is another interesting one to consider as well, because that's crossing with Angela's world. But I think the Abstract Daddy we see could be different than what Angela sees. I think Angela might see something that's closer to her father, whereas we're seeing this whole other monstrosity. What's interesting as well is that we also see the Abstract Daddy outside of that one instance with Angela. We see it wandering around the hotel. So, yeah, it might be interesting to consider the Abstract Daddy as being something... Like, usually people just talk about it in relation to Angela and what it means with regards to her character. But maybe it's supposed to say something about James as well. You know, one large figure smothering a smaller figure on top of a bed. It's not too hard to take the symbolism of it and kind of twist it to tie it in with James. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, Ito said that the 9 red squares symbolize the number of delusions that James sees throughout the game. I don't think he in his initial tweet, I don't think he specified monsters, but I think that's what he meant. Gil with the raid. Oh yeah, I love the noise filter. I'm glad you appreciate it. Oh no! Pressed R1 instead of R2. I need the light turned on to kick him. God, look how pretty this game is. Look at this beautiful decay and dereliction. Oh, you bitch. Lettuce with the 2 years. Thank you. Fuck you. Cheers, lettuce. Thanks, man. That cat is weird. God, brown has never looked so good, man. Look at all this gorgeous brown. The phone doesn't seem to work. I guess they are the Woodside Apartments. Handgun bullets. Where does this enhanced edition come from? This so-called enhanced edition. It's a fan-made mod for the game. You can look it up. It's pretty easy to set up now as well, I think. They have their own official site. And you can go on and just download everything easily and set it all up. It's an auto installer now. Yes, it seems like they've made it as easy as possible. Look at this room. Unusual to see a photograph here. The apartments. Love how banged up this is. The door flattened in the room up against the... Oh, the curtain draped over it there as well. Nice touch. There's nothing interesting in the newspaper or magazine. Thought he said something else there for a second. Okay, I think next we're heading for the staircase at the end of the hall. I don't think there's anything in these rooms, just locked doors. Oh! Is this the first time I'm playing this version? No. I hope I don't have an issue with Angela's staircase scene again this time. Remember last year? The music stopped playing for it like halfway through the scene or something. It was horrible. If we go to the end of this hall here, we get another key item. Canned juice. A heavy 6-pack of expired canned juice. It was in the hallway on the first floor. All these other rooms are locked. Such satisfying sounds. That clank. Clank. Okay. So now back to the other side of the apartments where we began. Back up these stairs. What do we have here? There's a trash chute. There's some kind of strange garbage stuck in the hole. Let's stick the canned juice down. I love how casual he is. Just drops it. Hold on, what does he say if I interact with it afterwards? Probably nothing much. It looks like the garbage stuck in the trash chute has fallen through. So now if we go out... So what does the canned juice symbolize? James's thirst for Maria? The mannequins? The garbage bag is torn and the contents are strewn all over. I got a coin. Old man, I think that's what we saw earlier. What's this? Some gossip magazine, eh? The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said, "He didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids." But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff like, "He's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me. The monster, the red devil. Forgive me. I did it, but it wasn't me." The schoolmate then added, "I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy." So this memo is interesting for a couple of reasons. It heavily connects to Silent Hill 4. Walter Sullivan is the central character of Silent Hill 4. He's not who you play as, but he is who the story revolves around. Similar to Alessa in Silent Hill 1. You know, it's Walter's world that we're inhabiting in Silent Hill 4. But when this was written for Silent Hill 2, I don't think they had that in mind. That, oh, they're like, we're going to set up a future game with this story. I don't think so. I think it was the other way around. That when they were writing Silent Hill 4, they went back to their previous material and were inspired by that. I think this was written more as to serve as a parallel to James's story. It's easy to read this and just kind of forget about the story of Silent Hill 2 and just view it as this thing that's related to Silent Hill 4. But I think it's supposed to be related to the story of Silent Hill 2. You know, we learn the story of this guy who committed brutal murder. It talks about a friend who talks about him like, oh, he didn't seem like the kind of guy who would do this sort of thing. Kind of dealing with the idea of, you know, how someone can change and what people are, you know, what good-natured people are really capable of. To me, that's really seems to be what it's getting at. The whole thing about the Red Devil, again, I think Silent Hill 4 recontextualizes this stuff with the Red Devil, and the Red Devil in the context of Silent Hill 4 turns out to be some other character. I forget now. Who is the Red Devil within the context of Silent Hill 4? Either way, I think here in 2 it probably is supposed to be alluding to Pyramid Head. And I'm not even sure if this was Like, who knows? This could just be another thing born from James's mind for all we know. This whole thing, this whole story, or something, coming from the town combined with James's mind. Like later on when we get to the hospital sequence and we're reading about all these hospital patients, you have this coincidence that all of their names begin with J. And stuff like that makes me wonder, like how real is this, what we're reading? How much is this coming from the town as a message to James, and how much is this actually talking about real people? Or maybe it's a mixture of both, where these people did exist, but we're just kind of seeing twisted representations of them, like with Pyramid Head and Maria. Um, an old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said he didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff. He's trying to kill me. He's trying to punish me. The monster, the red devil. Forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me. Yeah, it really would seem that this is alluding to Pyramid Head, especially with the idea of punishment. Because Pyramid Head is the agent of punishment, the executioner. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy. Well, went crazy after he committed the murder. Just like you, James. Jimmy Stone is the Red Devil. Yes, yes, yes. But who is Jimmy Stone again in relation to the story? Was he just a guy that worked for the cult? Was he just a member of Wish House? Someone who worked at Wish House? I don't think he's ever mentioned directly within the game itself. I think he was mentioned in all of that additional material that they put on the Konami website. A descendant of Reverend Stone. He's a priest and executioner of the town's cult. Right. Yeah. So they do make him an executioner. That's really cool. They do keep him in line with the symbolism. That makes sense that they would have him be an executioner if here he is supposed to be an allusion to Pyramid Head. Ah, you bitch. Give me the coin. Hold on. I want to see if James has anything else to say about the baby carriage. Nope. Kind of an interesting image here. Baby carriage in a pool. It doesn't bring to mind pleasant images. Obviously, kids, children need to be careful, need to be watched in such situations, swimming in a pool. Bringing to mind the death of a child. Interesting. We know that James and Mary wanted a child, and that Mary was hoping to.
2 people? Okay, that's it. Let's get out of here.
Hold on a second. God damn it, you fucking distracted me, Steve. Thinks he's 2 people? Mortanius. With the $30. Thank you. Hey, fucking Nub Zombie raided me an hour ago and I didn't even notice. Nub, are you still there? Welcome, anyone who came over from Nub's stream. Jesus. I did not see that at all. I was probably in the middle of rambling and I didn't look at the chat. Nub, if you're still there, thank you. And hello, anyone who was here from Nub's stream. I saw that he was doing a big in-depth Silent Hill 2 playthrough as well. He probably did more than I'm going to do as well. If he was showing, I know sometimes he goes crazy and shows all the endings and does every last little drop. I'm not going to be doing Born from a Wish today. I'll do that next time, I think. That'll be our next stream. Damn, I feel bad, man. I always like talking to Nub when he shows up. But yeah, he's probably tired and probably went to sleep. Let me see here. Am I behind on anyone else? Riggy, Nub with the raid, Butterball, Lettuce, Martian, gifting a sub. And Mortanius, again, thank you so much for that $30. Paradox as well with the 3 months. Thank you. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, just seeing the image of that disturbing image of a baby carriage in a pool. Again, that water motif coming back. But yeah, this made me think of how children might relate to James or Mary, and we know that Mary wanted to adopt Laura. She was hoping that if she got better, that she'd be able to adopt Laura, who was in the same hospital as her. Ah! Oh! Come on. Oh, God. You really have to be instant. You don't have time to turn on your light and then kick him. By the time you turn your light on, he's already gone. But I wanted to keep my light off just so I wouldn't be luring the 2 of them over to me. You son of a bitch. Fuck it. I'll come back for you. Smack. Some more interesting wallpaper. A sightseeing brochure for the town is lying here. Nub's playthrough was cursed. Literally right when Mary said in my restless dreams for the final read, his emulator crashed, so he busted out the PC version and ran from a nearby save to the end. And that fucker froze as well. Oh my god, what a nightmare. Oh no. So originally he wasn't playing the enhanced version, huh? He was playing it emulated. I wonder, does he prefer how it looks emulated? I know there was someone on Discord a few days ago saying how they preferred how it looked on an emulator, or at least certain scenes that looked better on an emulator. I think the one scene they said was the beginning of the game, how the Toluca Lake image in the background didn't look as jarring on a PS2 emulator, whereas in the enhanced edition that it looks a bit too clear and too, like, it's too easy to notice that it's this like flat JPEG in the background. I must go through the game on an emulator as well and see how I feel about it. Welcome to Silent Hill. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. Take some time out of your busy schedules and enjoy a nice restful vacation here. Row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty, with the passing of the day from sunrise to late afternoons to sunset. Silent Hill will move you and fill you with a feeling of deep peace. I hope your time here will be pleasant and your memories will last forever. Editor, Roger Widmark. Same thing that we were reading yesterday in Silent Hill 3. Bad Humans, good to see you, man. How are those memories getting on, James? Nothing else here. Okay, I think we have a meeting with Eddie coming up. What the? Who could have done this? Interesting. We haven't seen any bodies like this so far. Really doesn't look like a lying figure.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
That bird.
I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing.
Red pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. I did see some weird looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know. I'm not even from this town.
something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
Love it. Oh, that track. Whatever that crashing synth is, that blah. So good. So there's Eddie, our first interaction with Eddie. Puking his guts up. Denying that he had any involvement with this body out here. Seems to be a recurring thing with Eddie where he always seems to be hiding something. Like there's always something thinly veiled with Eddie where he's like, like he's about to say something. He does that quite a bit. And then even when James was leaving at the end, it's like he wanted to admit to something, but in the end he just couldn't. He often has that tone about him, like, oh, I don't know. It was like that when I got here. Like he's really. I think a lot of Eddie's character is wrapped up in shame, and we learn later that he was bullied, has big self-esteem problems. His weight, and he flees to Silent Hill after having the interesting thing about Eddie as well is that if we're to believe what he says, he didn't kill anyone, unlike James and Angela, which is interesting. We learn that he shot someone in the leg. He shot a football player that he was jealous of in the leg. And he killed a dog. He admits to killing a dog. Shooting some guy in the leg and killing a dog. And then, his guilt catches up with him. He flees to Silent Hill. Let's go back in to where we were talking to him.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Is that the only interaction we get here?
Eddie, are you
Seems like it.
Eddie.
Yeah. Thought maybe there was a variation because with Angela at the start of the game you can get two separate scenes. Sometimes they will repeat. But if we go back into this room, opposite to Eddie is this room covered in football posters. Right now we have no reason to associate Eddie with football in any way. The game isn't exactly shoving these images in our face as being significant in any way either. You know, it just kind of comes across as a normal room that he's in. But later on, we learn about his jealousy of this football player and shooting him in the leg. And this room then starts to become a little bit more relevant on repeat playthroughs. Is it just a coincidence that there are football posters over this room? Are these posters actually here in reality? Or are we subtly stepping into Eddie's Silent Hill here? Is this stuff coming from Eddie's brain? Is this what Eddie sees when he goes through the apartments? You know? We see images of mannequins wearing Mary's clothes and images of James lying dead in a chair looking at a TV. I don't think Eddie and Angela are seeing those things. But maybe now, because we're in such close proximity to Eddie, we're seeing things that are coming from his mind. You know, it's very clear in later stages of the game when we're in other people's Silent Hill, like when we're in that disgusting room of sexual abuse where we fight the abstract daddy. Like that is, you know, blatant. We're stepping into Angela's world, or like the room with the staircase on fire, or in Eddie's. With regards to Eddie, the freezer full of meat wearing Eddie's shorts. You know, where we're stepping into his world. But I kind of wonder if that's also what's happening here, but it's just more understated. The wall is covered with football posters and meaningless graffiti. I couldn't care less about either of them. Not sure if you can really make out what some of this says. Blaze, just nonsense. Face, fade, face blaze. Says R.I.P. next to that guy. That's a bit ominous. People holding hands. Boy and a girl. You can see that there's a girl wearing a dress.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Phase Blaze. Hey, Grey Fox, did I thank you for that 5 months as well? Thank you. Yeah, so Eddie has not seen the red pyramid thing, but he has seen some weird looking monsters. Again, maybe this thing here was some kind of fucking monster to Eddie. Maybe we're not seeing this thing as he saw it. Maybe to us it looks more human. Who could have done this? Really hard not to associate it with Eddie, just with how unique it looks, you know? We don't see any other pair of legs that look like this in the entire apartment building. I don't see any other model that looks like it. Does kind of remind me of what we see in the prison later, though. The bodies sticking out of the holes. Ship Smoke with the 6 months. Thank you. Cheers. Was the poster of the football guy Eddie shot? I doubt it. No, I don't think. You would imagine that poster was of a famous football player. I don't think. I'd imagine in the school that he was going to, it was just you know, just some high school football player. Always wondered if it related to Eddie since he's in the prison. Maybe those bodies, all those bodies we see in the prison are related to him in some way. Okay, so now what are we doing? I have a fire escape key. Key to the door leading from the hallway to the fire escape. I found it on the 3rd floor. I got my hand stepped on the first time I tried to get this. I wonder what happened to that kid. And we have 2 coins. One that we found in the garbage, and another that we found in the room with Pyramid Head. Or rather, no. We found the key in the room with Pyramid Head. We found the snake coin in the pool. I found it in that pool with no water. And this is the one that we found in the trash. Face of an old person. Right, let's go up and check out the fire escape. Martian, I can't remember if I said hi to you earlier, but I think I must have. But hello again. I know I thanked you for subs. There's no fire escape outside the door. Maybe they knocked it down when they built the building next door. I think I can get into the building next door if I go through the window in front of me. Whoa, the music here. It really feels like you're stepping through a portal here or something. Like you half expect it to transition to like your typical otherworld apartments. It's kind of the feeling I get, but it's not really what happens. Or maybe it is. Hey, it's the Dave puzzle. It looks like there's something stuck inside the toilet. Will you take it out? Of course. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Man, Akira Yamaoka is an absolute legend. With all these sounds and all the music. Just incredible work. It looks like a wallet. There's some kind of memo in it. Oh yeah, we're on normal riddle, so we don't get the VVs and the X's and the Roman numerals mixed in. It's simple. 5, 6, 7, 12. Okay, so 5, 6, 7. There we go. And we get a load of ammo for our troubles. The water in this part of the complex. Hey, Yippee-ki-yay with the 2 months. Thank you. It's locked. There's a note stuck on the door. Dear Tim, I have to run an errand, so I'm going out. I left the house key with Uncle David. You know where he lives, don't you? The key is in the room near the first floor staircase. I'll be back as soon as I can, so please watch the place while I'm gone. Love the frozen mannequins. Come on. It's locked. This is where we fight Pyramid Head later. Still don't have the map. There's Toluca Lake. Hey, and there's our map. I got a map of the West Apartment Building. Blue Creek Apartments. Yeah, so this is a whole different complex. The previous area is Woodside. This is Blue Creek. Oh yeah, and even the map. Woodside is colored brown. This is colored blue. Kind of fits with all the water that we see on this side as well. Come on, come at me, cockroach. Jay Dory, thank you for gifting a sub to Genesis. Ooh, here we are. The most banged up apartment that we visit in this entire sequence. Look at the state of this place. Completely trashed. Hey, there's another one of those trays. That isn't the only one that you find. You do see a couple of them, huh? Oh my god. Got handgun bullets. Yeah, I always thought it was interesting how messed up this one is in particular, because this is where we find Angela behind the door here, behind this pretty clean door in comparison to everything else we see. This kind of stands out as well. I don't think we see any other white door quite like that. The teddy bear beside the banged up door here as well. A stuffed animal. It probably belonged to the kid that used to live here. Okay, let's go say hi to Angela.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela, okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, it's what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say? How do you know that?
Well, I just figured, 'cause this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah.
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please don't.
Man. Angela's reaction there when she screams, like first she's open to letting him help her, but then as soon as she sees the hand reach out to her, those memories come back. She reacts based off of the trauma that she experienced. The male oppressor. I got a coin, prisoner. The way Angela constantly apologizes for seemingly no reason as well. It's all tied up in her psychology, you know, being told by her mother that she deserved to be abused. I love what they do with her body language. It's just so perfect. The way she kind of skimps out of the room at the end. I'm sorry, I've been bad. This prisoner looks like a woman. A detail that's easy to miss here as well, this photograph on the ground. James doesn't look down at it, does he? Yeah, no, it doesn't catch his attention. But this little thing on the ground here in the center of the room is actually something you can look at. A photo. A happy mother and a happy daughter torn apart from the father. And another figure there, which is supposed to be her brother, I would think. A happy family torn to shreds. A fappy family, I was gonna say. Although I don't know if that family was ever happy. Maybe when she was a small child. Fappy family. It's interesting as well in that scene, you get the indication that Angela has a pretty good idea of what's happening to her here. Much more so than James. You know, you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, it's what we deserve. You know, she seems like she has a good idea of what she's experiencing here, and James doesn't want to hear any of it. Kind of a flat delivery of that line, not one of Guy Seehe's best lines. No, I'm not like you. The mirror is interesting as well, though. The low ceiling here, too. And Angela's exhaustion, her tiredness. I wonder, is that supposed to relate in any way to the fact that she seems to have been cutting herself here? Like the knife that she was staring at is all bloody. She's obviously in here contemplating suicide, and the knife itself is already bloody. This is another thing that adds to the in water ending. I am not going to examine the knife. If you examine the knife, there's a higher chance James will kill himself at the end of the game. This is one of the in water items. But yeah, I'm not sure if James or Angela ever look into the mirror during that scene. I meant to pay closer attention to that during that time, but I wasn't always looking at where they were looking. I thought maybe at one point James kind of stared over at his own reflection for a second, but I'm not sure if he does. The last couple of times I watched this, I had the feeling that maybe they never actually look at themselves in the mirror, and maybe that was supposed to be significant. Angela's staring straight at... She's right beside the mirror when the scene begins, but she looks like she's staring into the knife and not the mirror. That she's looking at her reflection in the knife. James doesn't say anything about the huge mirror here. Doesn't look like there's anything useful here. It is incredibly imposing. Yeah, the low ceiling feels very oppressive here as well. Like you don't have any other low ceilings like this in the apartment building. Really feels like you're being crushed here. Yeah, brighter than all the other rooms too. That's true. But yeah, the teddy bear here. Stuffed animal. It probably belonged to the kid that used to live here. I always just looked at this as Angela's past here, her battered past. The two doors side by side has always been an interesting image to me. Just the incredibly white door next to the banged up blue door and the discarded teddy bear. Okay, I think we are almost ready to do the coin puzzle. Hold on a second, guys. Let's see. Okay, let's save, just in case. I need to remember to save frequently. Who knows what kind of bugs we might run into. Crashes. What do we have here? There's something written on the desk. 3 bright coins in 5 holes be. At one end sits the seducer of she. The wind from behind the woman doth play. The formless one, null, lies furthest from they. The old serpent beside the old one beside the serpent sits not. 'Tis to the prisoner's left that he doth rot. Okay, so for this one, there's a line of 5 1-inch round depressions set into the table. Let's just take a look at that again. We have a snake, a woman, and an old man. Those are our 3 coins. Yeah, 3 bright coins and 5 holes B, just telling us that we don't need 5 coins to fill the holes. We only need 3. 2 are supposed to be empty. And at one end sits the seducer of she. I think the seducer here is the snake. You could maybe interpret the woman as being some kind of seducer. And I think later you do have like an image of seductress. I think Angela is associated with the idea of a seducer later on, funnily enough. The wind from behind, the woman doth play. So I think this is suggesting that the woman is behind the snake. And maybe that helps us figure out which side the snake is on, which end. If the woman is coming from behind, the snake would have to be to the far right, I guess. Or, well, no, not necessarily. The formless one, null, lies furthest from they. So that's the old man. Oh wait, no, that's an empty hole. The formless one is non-existent. That's just an empty hole. So on one end we have an empty hole. The old one beside the serpent sits not. 'Tis to the prisoner's left that he doth rot. Okay, so that's what illuminates us to the snake's position, I think. To the prisoner's left he doth rot. There's a line of 5 1-inch round depressions set into the table. Let me read this again. It's been a while since I've done this normal mode riddle. At one end sits the seducer of she. Almost sure that's the snake and not the prisoner. But on which end? How do we determine which end it sits? Far left or far right? The woman from behind. The wind from behind, the woman doth play. The one we know that on the prisoner is the image of a woman. So, yeah, the seducer definitely isn't the woman. The wind from behind, the woman doth play. The formless one, null, lies furthest from they. Yeah, if the old man is beside the prisoner and to the left of the prisoner, I don't think the snake can be on the far left. I don't think that makes sense because then the prisoner would be too close to the snake. And it's supposed to be as far away as possible. The old one beside the serpent sits not, or rather, no, the old man has to be further away from the snake. 'Tis to the prisoner's left that he doth rot. Okay, I think I know. Let's put the snake on this side. I'm still not entirely sure if the snake is supposed to be on this far end or the other far end, but I think this one. Oh, you're not gonna let me fucking read the thing again? Hold on. At one end sits the seducer of she. The wind from behind, the woman doth play. The formless one null lies furthest from they. So I think the one the opposite end, the far left is going to be empty. The old one beside the serpent sits not. To the prisoner's left that he doth rot. Huh. The wind from behind the woman doth play. The formless one null lies furthest from they. The old one beside the serpent sits not. 'Tis to the prisoner's left that she doth rot. Okay, I'm gonna. So we know that the woman is beside the snake. Is the woman there though? I think the wind might be also referring to an empty hole. The wind beside the woman. Okay, I didn't think that was going to work. Now I'm going to try and put the old man here. We know that the one on the far left has to be empty. No, okay, I think I know. We leave this one empty and put the woman here. And then put the old man beside her. And I think that is it. Ha! Nice. I got the Linehouse key. Reference to Adrian Lyne. I think his name is Adrian Lyne, the director of Jacob's Ladder. There's nothing interesting on the desk. Yeah, that was kind of tricky. Let me just look at this again. At one end sits the seducer of she. The wind from behind, the woman doth play. The formless one, null, lies furthest from they. The old one beside the serpent sits not. It was pretty easy to figure out where the old man went. You know, he couldn't be in the far end. To the very to the opposite of the serpent. And he had to be beside the one side that was furthest away from the serpent. 'Tis to the prisoner's left that he doth rot. Yeah. Anyway, we got it in the end. It was kind of hard for me to figure out which was the other missing hole, the other empty hole. All right. Let's head back upstairs with our key. Oh yeah, listen carefully here. You don't actually have to listen that carefully. It's pretty loud. I'm not sure if it's possible to make out what's being said there, or if anything is being said. Love the color here as well. That red again. I can't open it. Is that actually a stock sound? I don't think I've ever heard it used anywhere else. The Whisper is on PS2 as well, yeah. But yeah, it is random. I got the apartment stairway key. The video specifies which CD it came from. It's just random whispering gibberish, right? You can see another butterfly on the book there. Kind of interesting we picked that up off an envelope as well, don't we? It looks like an envelope at least. Hold on. Did I interrupt something? Oh, hey, better not forget. I think a lot of people still don't know that this is a thing, but... Do you guys want to see what Pyramid Head's tongue looks like? Oh, no, no, no. There it is. Nasty. Hold on, let's see if we can get a better shot of it. Oh, I'm dead. Whoa, my God. Grab me again, Daddy. Yeah, there it is. Fucking wasting loads of health trying to show this. All right. Can you turn off that racket now? I love the walls down here, and look at the decay on the door. Makes sense with all the water that was down here. Very strange as well, the water just draining from the place as Pyramid Head leaves. Kind of makes you think of... Oh! The music plays when we go back up. No. Turn off that racket. Again, it just makes you think what it means, water being such a recurring symbol in this game. Again, relating to the idea of reflection, maybe. Pyramid Head trying to show him who he really is. James gets him to fuck off eventually, and then the water drains. Refusing to reflect, perhaps. I think that's what it means when we get to Rosewater Park as well in the next scene. At the very beginning of the game, James talks about how him and Mary used to spend the whole day there staring at the water. But when we arrive there hoping to find Mary, another Mary is waiting for us instead, Maria. And we get that shot where it kind of shows what it looks like over the pier, and there's like no water or anything. It's completely bare, completely dry. You can't enter the water during the fight. No, it serves as a barrier. I think James is actually here, but many things in the town are born from his mind. Much of what we see comes from his head. The spiritual power of the town uses James's mind as a catalyst to summon forth the things that he sees. And the things that we see, while they are born from James's mind, they have some foundation in reality or the history of the town, like Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head is an entity born from James's mind, combined with the power of the town, but it takes the form of an executioner that did once inhabit the town. Or just like the executioners as a whole, not like one particular executioner, but yeah, he takes the form of, he's like a twisted variation on the executioners that used to inhabit the town. I also think that's what they do with Maria as well. I think that's what Silent Hill 3 is getting at when you see the poster of Maria in Heaven's Night, and she looks completely different to the Maria in Silent Hill 2. I think it's saying that this was the real Maria, who she was modeled on. The real person that the Maria from Silent Hill 2 was modeled on. X2404 with the 100 bits. Thank you. All right, time to say hi to Laura.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
And off she goes again. Laura has a habit of doing this, where she's always like one step ahead. She's always pulling a Dahlia from Silent Hill 1. James is never finished with her. Always out of sight, always behind a barrier, or sneaking away. We're always on her trail. What's with the sassy lost child? Laura was friends with Mary. They were in the same hospital together. They became good friends, and Mary wanted to. She had plans to adopt Laura if she ever got better. As someone was asking there with relation to Pyramid Head, why the pyramid though? The executioners that once lived in the town, they wore red pyramid-shaped hoods over their heads. They wore robes, white robes with red hoods, with triangular hoods. I always forget how to read that line. When Laura says, when James asks, what's a little girl like you doing here anyway? Laura responds by saying, are you blind or something? And that might give you the impression that, oh wait, what the fuck? Is she not actually a little girl? Is she some kind of ghost? Are we seeing her as something that's, is she... is she really something else entirely? I don't think that's how that line is supposed to be read. But I always forget how I read that line. And then it comes back to me later. And now it's fucking driving me crazy. Just being bratty. What does James say before that? I can't think. That's how I interpret it, that she's not as she appears. Yeah, like I always wondered, is Laura actually, like for the longest time, I wondered if she was supposed to be even real. But no, I think she is. Because you do have to wonder, like, how the fuck did she get here? How did she get into the situation where she came to Silent Hill with Eddie? But yeah, the fact that she does appear as a little girl in the presence of another character, that really does a lot to reinforce the idea that she is in fact real and not some other being. It's very unlike what they do with Maria, for example. They always, we never see Maria in the presence of another character. She refuses to come into the bowling alley with us. Rosewater Park. Mary, are you here? Take a look around first. God, it's driving me crazy now, that line. Maybe it was just as simple as that. Like just her being bratty about it. And maybe designed to just throw the player off and wonder about her and how real she is. I don't know. They're there to have you question it. What's a little girl like you doing here anyway? Are you blind or something? What is James not seeing? Patrick Chester, son of Edward, he fought and died for the people, for liberty, and for all of our tomorrows. His memory lives on. Maria sees Laura. Yeah, and Maria has a deep care for Laura because she has Mary's memories and feelings, and Mary cared for Laura. When we come out of the bowling alley, she wants us to go after her because she saw her running away. But we never see her in her presence or in anyone else's presence. I always like to imagine that if another character saw Maria, she would be like some horrific monstrosity. Because I always get the feeling that to Angela, the abstract daddy might look something much more like her father. You know, the way she refers to it as daddy. And I don't know, just something about the way she starts kicking it after you kill the boss version of it, throws the TV on top of him. Whoa, turn that camera around. No water in sight.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are
My
different.
name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting in our special place.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but...
With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Huh, or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
Ooh, taking some offense there. So, here we have our first interaction with Maria. That one shot that we get during that scene where like half of the image, half of the screen is just showing us beyond the pier. And just the emptiness over there, like we were saying earlier, just completely barren. Not, no water to be stared at, like James was recalling in his story, all the time he spent here with Mary, staring at the water. James can't bring himself to admit what he's done, so instead of finding Mary here, he finds this recreation of her instead. The first image we see of Maria being that advertisement again just works so well, you know, when we start the game in the toilet. The first character we see apart from James is that image of Maria up on the wall, the poster. And she really is just like another option for James. Do you love your wife, or are you happy to have this artificial recreation of her instead, this copy? Silent Hill has all the offers on sale. I love how she teases him with her unreality, or her reality, whatever you want to say. I don't look like a ghost, do I love that FMV as well. Just gorgeous work from Sato, the subtle expressions on her face. James is just really into Christina Aguilera. Yeah, Maria's design is partially based on Christina Aguilera, her clothes anyway. Something that she wore at the MTV Music Awards. Her delivery is great, yeah. I really like that moment as well when she says, "You were just gonna leave me? Even with all these monsters?" I feel like that's recalling Mary's sickness. You know, playing into the James that wanted to abandon Mary. We get some similar scenes later on in the hospital as well, where she behaves as the sick Mary. In memory of the 67 who died of illness and now sleep beneath the lake. Did the fog color turn more brownish orange after that cutscene? Yeah, I think it does, doesn't it? Don't we get like a subtle time of day shift after that scene? It starts to look a little bit darker. Yeah, I often forget about that. And I guess it is after that scene as well. That's cool. Yeah, it definitely does look brown or mustier. So, oh yeah, and this, of course, this will come back again later. This ties in with the little Baroness story, which we read about in the prison, or at least I assume that that's what that's referring to. But yeah, the really interesting thing about Maria to me is that she seems to be, like, possess her own consciousness. You know, she's kind of a tragic character to me because she doesn't as far as I can see, she doesn't really understand what she is. But she seems to, like, genuinely experience pain. You know, she believes herself to be a real being. At least to some degree. She's really strange as like a supernatural being character. Victim of persecution by the Christians, Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. Saint Jennifer from Silent Hill 3, I think. I will play Maria's campaign, but I won't do that today. I'll do that for the next stream. She's very tragic in my opinion, having her own experiences and feelings, but that are ultimately foisted on her from people that aren't her. And she has no real happy ending possible. Yeah. That's a great way to put it. What really highlights that fact is her care for Laura. Like later on, James questions her about her love for Laura or her care for Laura. You know, it's one thing about her character. She really wants us to go after Laura and make sure she's okay. And later on, James questions her and it's like, do you know her? You really seem to care about her. And Maria says, I've never met her before, but I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone here. Something to that effect. And, you know, the reason she has these feelings is because she possesses Mary's feelings and Mary's memories to a certain degree. Well, I guess not all of Mary's memories, otherwise she would be able to recall. But, yeah, I mean, I guess you could say in those instances, or maybe she's just hiding that from James because she can't exactly tell James what she is, you know? Yeah, it's really weird. But yeah, no, I don't think she is. I think when Maria says that about Laura, I think she's genuine. I really think she genuinely just doesn't understand why she feels the way she does and why she has this care for Laura. And that really does turn her into a more tragic character if she doesn't really understand what she is. And if she does possess some consciousness, being able to feel pain. It's, oh yeah, and of course, Born from a Wish completely clarifies that she isn't just hiding it from James. Because when you're alone with Maria before she even meets James, you have that moment in Born from a Wish where she mentions Laura in that bedroom when you look at the teddy bears in the Baldwin mansion. She has that line. I bet Laura would love this. Laura? Who am I talking about? That's a line that she has in Born from a Wish. But then there are times where her persona completely shifts. And she starts acting as if she is Mary. You know, like the prison scene. Where she, like, switches in an instant from one character to another. And starts talking about the videotape. I wonder if it's still there. And James starts losing his mind. How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria? I'm not your Mary. Go, 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 go. Hey! Thank you for the pipe. With much respect, I never got the appeal of Silent Hill, probably because I dislike horror in general and games and films. I get scared easily. Well, I am incredibly offended by that comment. I don't give a shit how much respect you're offering me. I am just absolutely stunned. Get out of here. But yeah, I mean, that makes sense. You don't have to like everything that people like. You don't have to like horror. That's cool. I want to look up an NG Plus item. I wish I didn't have to do this, but if you're playing on NG Plus, you can find another memo here, or another book, really, a tome. And the book is entitled Lost Memories. And if I can, if this page will load for me, I would like to read what it says. Here's what the book says. The name comes from the legend of the people whose land was stolen from them. They call this place the place of the silent spirits. By spirits, they meant not only their dead relatives, but also the spirits that they believed inhabited the trees, rocks, and water around them. According to legend, this was where the holiest ceremonies took place. But it was not the ancestors of those who now live in this town that first stole the land from these people. There were others who came before. In those days, this town went by another name, but that name is now hopelessly lost in the veils of time. All we know is that there was another name, and for some reason the town was once abandoned by its residents. I really love this. This mysterious history. Seems to be tied in with the Native Americans, you would think, that once inhabited the place. And look what we find right beside where we find that item. This place is called Texan Gas, and the logo is a Native American. So no mistake, we're finding that here. I love that last couple of lines. All we know is that there was another name, and that for some reason the town was once abandoned by its residents. In those days, this town went by another name, but that name is now hopelessly lost in the veils of time. I am not going to go straight to Pete's Bolorama. We're going to go on a little journey up the road here first. Up Nathan Avenue. Up towards the Historical Society. Let's check out some of these signs here. Lakeside Amusement Park. Jesus fucking Christ, I forgot about that. Oh my god. Your ad. Yeah, I forgot about the mannequins flying in from off screen there. There was another raid from Knight. Thank you for the raid, Knight. Welcome anyone who came in. Quiet Cocktails. But yeah, I love that that Lost Memories book. Almost as if the town itself embodies the idea of like a lost history or a forgotten memory. Baby add kids. I don't remember ever reading this one before. You would think that's supposed to say baby and kids. Superstore. That U is looking a little bit funky as well, but it still looks like a U. Discount prices, baby gift, registry, parking in rear entrance. What is that drawing? Is that a duck? That's a duck holding a shopping bag, is it? Is that a duck with a shopping bag in its mouth? A stork. Right, okay, I see. Sorry, I'm a duck. Oh, there's a Heaven's Night sign here as well. Damn, man, I don't think I usually look at all the signs here. I usually, I usually do look at the signs, but I think oftentimes I miss a couple of them. Oh, what does the small text say? Look at that. We have something. Okay, I give up. And what do we have here? Handgun bullets. Another dead, disfigured James. There's a map here. And there we go. So if you don't find your way to Pete's Bolorama by yourself and you go wandering off, the game does actually have a little hint up here telling you where to go. The bridge is ruined. I can't get to the hotel from here. Yeah, so our first destination was to get to Rosewater Park. James thought he might find Mary there because they had great memories together there. Hey! A sign for Lakeview Hotel here as well. But no. No Mary to be found in the park. Had to dream up another replacement. Damn, a lot of these things are flying in. Jack's in. Hey, another one. Pete's Bolorama. Hey, there's Texan Gas. You can see the logo more clearly. Does that say shit? Or just SHT? I think it just says SHT. What is this? Is this just... Is the sign just so decayed you can't really see what it's advertising? Silent Hill T? Might be the sequel to Silent Hill F. Alright, let's check out Pete's Bolorama. Here we are. Oh, there's Jack's Inn as well. Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, and isn't Jack's Inn where we stay as Heather? isn't Jack's Inn like a motel as well?
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back, okay?
Why not? I wasn't coming in to play anyway. You can just join me to have a look around. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to crack open a beer. Give me a sec. Gotta have a few beers with your Halloween Silent Hill 2.
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh, you're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you were sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me. Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
What a vibe! Oh! Dear God. Love how the scene continues for a second while we're in the room as well. We get that last line from Eddie.
Eddie?
Oh, you're...
James. We met in the apartment building?
Yeah, I remember. But...
Are you alone here, Eddie?
no.
Bye-bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? Why?
Laura. Is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
So good. Well, I kind of feel bad for Eddie in a way, you know? Laura just rubbing it in, calling him a fatso. That's part of why he's here to begin with. Snapping due to the shame that he felt. His low self-esteem. Being picked on and bullied. But at the same time, I like that Laura is like judging him and trying to get him to face up to why he's here and what he did. Kind of pulling a pyramid head on him. I love how the camera just stays all the way back here. It's really hard to see if there are any items up here at all. So how did he get the pizza? Is that part of Eddie's Silent Hill? Is it a manifestation? Does the power of the town summon pizzas for him to eat? As a test? Maybe that's one of Eddie's endings. Maybe Eddie's version of the Maria ending is the pizza ending, where he goes home with a big box of pizzas and learns nothing. Yeah, go on. Keep putting on weight and feeling bad about yourself and getting jealous of others. They're not even real pizzas. It's all just a crazy delusion. What a mystery.
Who is that girl, anyhow?
I don't know. All I know is her name. I swear.
Yeah, that again is very similar to how he was in the apartments, where he's just like, I don't know. Always seeming like he's withholding something.
Who is that girl, anyhow?
I don't know. All I know is her name. I swear.
Hey, what's up, lad? Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow.
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
Interesting. I love this part of the game, man. It's such a great interlude between areas. Get to wander around, go for a chill trip to the bowling alley, listen to some great tunes, get some cool scenes. Then you go off to Heaven's Night. Oh, yeah. Someone mentioned during the last scene with regards to Laura. I forgot to respond, but I saw your comment. I forget who said it. Laura's line when she says, are you blind or something? I think you were saying that it's related to James's concern. Like, you know, like, well, what are you doing in a place like this? You know, as if James was coming from a place of concern that, like, how, you know, she probably shouldn't be here with all these monsters around and stuff like that. I think that is, and that reminded me, that is what I was forgetting. That is, I think that's how I look at that scene. That's what she's getting at. Like, huh, are you blind or something? I mean, it's perfectly fine to be here. You know, what's a little girl like you doing here? Rather than, meaning, you know, huh, are you blind? I'm not a little girl. It's, you know, it's fine to be here. Like, there's no reason that I shouldn't be here. What's a little girl like you doing here anyway? Huh? What are you talking about? You know, because it really does tie in with what we learn later. You know, we find out later that Laura doesn't see any of the monsters in the town. When we meet her in the hospital, James has that line, you know, I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you. You know, it's dangerous around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you. And she says, why should I? You know, it becomes pretty clear that the town isn't really that much of a threat to her. It's not dangerous. She has no reason to see any monsters. She isn't guilt-ridden. She hasn't killed anyone. She doesn't need to face up to anything. But she is an absolute fucking bitch. But I still like her. She's cool. It's locked.
She went through there.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, there is. Right through there.
That pan down to the bottle there. Interesting, considering what we learn in Heaven's Night.
It's no good. It's locked.
I love the behavior from James there, trying to see if he can get a little peeking his head over. So you have the key to this place, huh? I really like how they don't make like a big deal out of this, or they don't really focus on it as a part of her character. The fact that she seems to work here. You know, that's all we get. She has the key to this place, and it's never expanded on. But it doesn't really need to be. Empty can, sink, cardboard box. None of them will be of any use. You know, it's just there to make her synonymous with this idea of seduction. Another more sultry, voluptuous alternative to Mary. Liquor bottles. I don't need that right now. It's not that I don't drink. In fact, I drink a fair bit. To get away from the pain, the loneliness. But the drinking never changes anything. Anyway, I don't need it now. There's something that I have to do. This is especially interesting when you consider the fact that Mary did not die 3 years ago. Mary died like a few days ago. So with that in mind, you know, James was probably drinking like a madman right up to the point where he came to Silent Hill. And that might further reinforce the whole idea about Neely's bar. You know, the bar being the hole that's gone now. The void that James doesn't have access to anymore. Like he says here, I don't need it now. It's something I have to do. With how he parks the car at the beginning of the game, I almost wonder if he was drunk driving to Silent Hill. Maybe he only started to sober up once he went into the bathroom. You know, the car is all slanted, the door is open. It's a good reflection of his mental state, I think. Doesn't even bother to close the door when he fucking leaves to approach the town. Just leaves it there. I wonder if they were originally going to have another FMV here with Maria. Because, you know, in the opening cinematic, you have that shot of Maria lying here. Lying down on the podium. I wonder if that was something that they were originally going to put in the game. I think it's what they use as the cover of the soundtrack as well. Oh, Mary was actually sick. Yeah. Paradise. Sounds like some kind of sleazy paradise. That's what Heather says. Heaven's Night. I don't want to leave, man. Do we have to leave? I don't think Mary received treatment in Silent Hill. I think the first signs of her sickness started to show in Silent Hill, but I don't think she was treated here. And yeah, now that I'm thinking of it, it's made pretty explicit later on in dialogue. Laura talks about the conversations she had with Mary. We used to talk a lot about Silent Hill. She really wanted to come back. You know, Silent Hill was just this place of fond memories for the two of them.
Over there!
Okay, back to Brookhaven. Or Blookhaven, although they probably... I wonder, did they fix it? Did the modders change it? I think they did, yeah. Oh, God. I really like what they do with when you load a new area. Oftentimes, Maria is like right in front of you, framed in a creepy kind of way. Brookhaven Hospital. Hey, Maria. All right, let's save. It seems to be about the patients hospitalized here. Jack Davis. He has attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Joseph Barkin. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. Joshua Lewis. History of hospitalization as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. So, an interesting thing about the patients here is that all of their names begin with J. Coincidence? Jack, Joseph, and Joshua. Of course, our name is James. Attempted suicide for 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Now, Joseph is the most interesting one because Joseph, as far as I remember, is the only character here that actually comes back, who we actually hear more about as we make our way through the hospital. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. And I think Joseph might be here to represent James in some way. That he's like a bit of a parallel to James. I think his situation here is probably the closest to James as well. the whole thing about being normally calm but having a tendency towards violence when excited. It really reminds me of a scene that we get later in the hospital with Laura. You know when James snaps at Laura when he gets like really aggressive all of a sudden when Laura says something that conflicts with James's timeline. Um, Laura says something that suggests that Mary like didn't die 3 years ago, I think, and and James snaps at her, and then he has to. Laura gets scared, and then James kind of has to stop himself. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Laura." And I remember before when I saw this, it also made me wonder about when he finally decided to kill Mary. I was like, huh, like, did this happen when he, I wonder, did James like just snap when he decided to kill Mary? But I don't think so. When you look at the videotape, at the end of the game, it looks more it looks more premeditated. It doesn't look like Mary like says something and then James just fucking lashes out. It looks like he looks like he reaches over to her, gives her a kiss, and then does it. It doesn't look like like a reaction to something that Mary does or anything. I don't think anyway. I think it was more thought out than that. And then this last guy, history of hospitalization, as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. Oh, another thing to consider as well when it comes to Joseph. Originally, there was going to be another character called Joseph in this game that you actually met, like another, not just someone that you read about, who was going to be like an alternate James, another being born from James's mind, like Maria. And apparently the name was inspired um by Jack the Ripper as well. Wasn't was Jack the Ripper's real name Joseph or something like that? And Mary was the name of his first victim or something like that. I know the developers have commented on that before, that James and Mary's names were, or Joseph and Mary's names were like going to be these references, partial references to Jack the Ripper. But yeah, I guess in the end they reduced that Joseph idea and just turned it into this character that we read about. But yeah, this Joseph figure comes up a couple of times throughout this hospital sequence. Jack the Ripper's name is known. I should really look this up. I think it was something that was in the Book of Lost Memories, which I think you have to be a little bit careful about when it comes to the information it has, but most of it seems to be good. I'll see if I can find it. Something is written on it. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side. The other side, perhaps, may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind. But to him, there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Something else is written by hand. I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. So here's Joseph coming back again. And we get this very strange looking key, the purple bull key. I have absolutely no idea what this purple bull is supposed to mean, if anything, or what it's referencing, or yeah, no idea. But it's this strange looking key. A purple bull is drawn on it. It was on the desk in the document room. But yeah, great memo here. The other side, you might think it's perhaps alluding to the other world concept, people being happy in their own madness. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Okay. Hold on. I think I might have found this thing. Ah, fuck. Hold on a second, guys. I'm just trying to find this information on the original concept for Joseph. Just give me a second. Oh, I think I found it. Wait a second. Wait a second. Creator's comments. In the initial stages of the scenario, he was a character who had two personalities. Right, I see. That was it. I was mistaken. I thought it was like that Joseph was going to be like another character, another Maria-like figure. But no, in the initial stages of the scenario, he was a character that had two personalities, Joseph and James. The name Joseph was borrowed from the name of a man suspected of being Jack the Ripper, and James is a derivative. That's it. Yeah, so I think they might have still used the concept here with this Joseph Barkin figure, you know, because it's, you have to wonder how real are these characters, the coincidental nature of all of these names beginning with J, Joseph's condition being the one that most closely aligns with James, I think, and him being the character that comes back. We end up using an item that was very close to Joseph as well, something that he treasured. I'm trying to see if it says this thing about Mary as well. Yeah, the comment on Mary. Her name is taken from the victim Mary Kelly in the Jack the Ripper case, who was living with the suspect Joseph, as detailed in case files regarding the murders. But yeah, interesting. I guess the names Mary and Joseph also have obvious other obvious connotations. Let's save before we do anything else. And Jerry, the other guy who just showed up for some chips. All right, let's take a look around. The purple bull is likely a cow. It's from an 1895 nonsense poem, also used in business to describe something that grabs a person's attention. Interesting. I've rarely seen any like ideas regarding the purple bull. I remember Googling it before and like not really finding anything. Locked. Yeah, all these doors are locked, I think. How's my health looking? I want to keep it up. Yeah. Another amazing little detail here. This breathing. This breathing only plays when you approach the door. If we back off from the door, the breathing stops. So it really feels like the breathing is coming from the other side. And when we do eventually get to the other side of this door, we're just surrounded by the sound. The same sound. There's our first interaction with the bubbleheads. There's a really subtle thing in the bubblehead design as well that you that's practically impossible to see in the game itself. But if you look online and look at the model up close, there's like a strange image of a baby on their faces.
Ow!
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Laura, that was your doing, wasn't it? She planned it. We get the bent needle. Just a normal stuffed animal. There's nothing else. I think we see Laura playing with a bunch of these bears later on. So it makes me think that she put it there. We get a shotgun. I think Ito even teased people on Twitter about that image of the baby on the bubblehead nurse. I think it was something that he refused to elaborate on. He didn't want to explain it. What do we have here? There's something inside the pocket of the white lab jacket. And we get the examination room key. Planted by Skullface, yeah. Isn't there another J here? Yeah, there's Jack. He looks pretty James-esque as well, doesn't he? Look at that hair. Look at that hair and facial shape. Okay, what do we have here? There's a typewriter here. I've got no use for this. Wait a minute. What's this? There's a sheet of carbon paper still stuck in the typewriter. I can still read the imprint left on it. I know it. I know the number of the box. 7521. It can't help him anymore. The button key doesn't scare me, so nobody can stop who I am. I don't know who I am is who I am is who I am is. Okay. Cool. I haven't read this version of this in a long time. Usually I play on hard riddle mode. And this actually changes depending on the mode. Even though it's not a riddle you have to figure out. On hard mode, the game gives you the numbers as well. It's just written slightly differently. That's cool. It's similar as well in the way that there's no punctuation and the way it veers off at the end. I know it. I know the number of the box. 7521. It can't help him anymore. The button key doesn't scare me, so nobody can stop who I am. I don't know who I am is who I am is who I am is. All right, let's see what we can do with that. Out of my way, Maria. And we get the lapis eye key. An eye is carved into the top of the key. The iris part is made of lapis lazuli. Okay. Hey, my pleasure, Zip. Hey, did I ever get around to thanking you for the gifted sub? Probably not. Let me check here. Fish. JMP, did you gift any fucking sub? I don't think you did. Zip, thank you for the 5 months. And the 3 in a row. Martian, thank you for gifting a sub to Indianos. Earlier today, how are you expecting me to remember if I thanked you like hours ago? I probably did thank you. I don't know. Thanks again, man. Fucking asshole. Mont, thank you for gifting the sub to X2404. Can't remember if I thanked you. Eco with the Prime sub as well, thank you. X2404 with the 100 bits. Washticles with the 2 months. Dave gifting the sub to Rhombus. Blad with his 68 months and his big tier 3. I can't remember who I thanked now. Now I'm getting paranoid. I'm gonna have to thank everyone again. Ship Smoke, Yippee. I'm pretty sure that's everyone. Thanks, guys. Firelord, thank you for gifting the sub to Vrago. And Aim to Misbehave, thank you for the 62 months. Cheers. N7 Striker, thank you for the 9 months as well. Cheers. Haketsu, thank you for the 9 as well. Can't get the elevator open. Okay, let's go back. Third floor. Actually, no, back to the first floor with our examination key. Pluck, pluck, pluck. Other side. Jesus Christ, Maria. Let's see here. Shotgun shells. Third floor patient wing hall, 7335. Very straightforward on this difficulty. Food only, do not store drugs. Can't take a health drink from it, unlike Silent Hill 3. Have I been watching Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities? I watched 3 episodes of it. I thought the first episode was horrendous. I thought the second episode was decent. And then I skipped forward to Panos Cosmatos' episode, which I really enjoyed. And I haven't watched any of the other ones. But I might check out some of the others. I really enjoyed Panos's episode. I'm a fan of his stuff. Mandy and Beyond the Black Rainbow. Take it easy. Hey, Fishmans, good to see you. Heard the David Pryor one is good. He did The Empty Man last year. I still need to see that one. But yeah, I like Guillermo. I like his little introductions. He's kind of an adorable figure, Guillermo del Toro. Okay, so we have our code for this. We don't have access to the special treatment room, which is locked. I didn't check the day room, but I know that's locked, so I'm not going to go there. It's kind of cool as some of the areas that you don't visit at all in this game become like these extravagant areas in Silent Hill 3. It's nice how they do that. Let's see. Do I remember what this is? 7335, I think.
James. Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So
God.
comfy.
I'm gonna go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
So disturbing. Even though nothing is really happening, just the fucking mood of it. And I think it's especially if you're replaying the game. You know, it's just like the videotape, the position that Maria is in on the bed, James standing over her. The way James just shines the light on her as well is really weird. The way he just stands there in that scene, just kind of looming in the background. Of course, this incredibly unnerving sound doesn't help. But yeah, the way James kind of sets her down there, really disturbing. And a key resting in a blood stain. Standard stuff. So Maria's taking pills now as well.
I'll be okay soon. Did you find Laura?
Okay, I don't want to be too nice to Maria here. I really shouldn't have even interacted with her there, because that's adding points to the Maria ending. I don't want the Maria ending. Alright, I'll be back. What ending do I want? The leave ending, because I'm a big James sympathizer. Big James fan. Love people that kill their wives. So, you know, I like to see him get forgiven at the end. I like to see him go away, having learned something and moving on with his life. If any of you guys ever kill your wife, you know, I've got your back. Come to me. You know, if everyone's hating on you and, you know, the Twitter mobs are talking all kinds of shit about you, you're safe with me. I won't judge. Well, you know, I might judge, but I'll be there. I'll be there to help you through it. Good to know, bro. Thanks, man. Yeah, just let me know. Hit me up. DM me if you ever kill your wife. There's something written on the wall. Louise, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. So again, this is tying in with Joseph. We learned about Joseph's box and the key to his box earlier. And now we are in the room with his box right here, which he has heavily guarded. We have 2 keypads, 1 lock here and another lock in the middle. I think that's where the purple bull key goes. Right into the slot there. Louise, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. I think the 4 is alluding to the 4 locks. And Louise is probably the daughter that was mentioned in the memo, right? Doctor's journal, patient record. So Joseph. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. Yeah, I would imagine that Louise is the daughter. And the hair that we find inside the box is probably hers. Let's use the lapis eye key. What does lapis lazuli symbolize? What does a lapis eye symbolize? I have no idea. And the purple bull key. And the carbon paper. Seven 521. Wait, what am I doing? A. Oh, JMP. I really I want to not thank Martian now, just out of spite. How can I thank him now when you're the one reminding me? You know, I was just looking at my dashboard as well anyway. Didn't even need your fucking advice. Oh god. Martian, thanks a lot, man. I really appreciate it. Thanks for gifting a sub to viewer. Rincon, thank you as well for gifting a sub to Laser Pants. Cheers. We got the roof key. Got it in the 3rd floor hospital room where Maria is resting. So let's head up to the roof with our roof key. Snake in a cake with the year as well. Thank you. Okay, up to the roof. It is pitch black. What do we have here? There's something on the floor. Is this a diary? May 9th, rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here. Nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10th, still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic, weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11th, rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12th, rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. May 13th. It's clear outside. The doctors told me that I've been released. That I've got to go home. You see the mad scribbles at the end of the page there. What happened? Was it actually clear outside? Did the doctors really tell him that he's been released? The diary ends here. There are no more entries. What was a diary doing up here? Does anyone know? I think I probably asked this last time. Do you have to read this in order to trigger the next scene? Or is this an optional thing? Because in part of me has this in my head that this is another thing that leads towards the in water ending. But if it's something you're forced to do, then it probably isn't. It's a very specific question, and maybe nobody knows. Did the person kill themselves up here? Was that before they put the barrier up here? I thought maybe like some speedrunner might know. About to check a speedrun? Oh man, you don't need to go out of your way to check. But yeah, if you want to, I'd be intrigued to know. It's a really good moment when you don't know what's coming, but of course I'm ready for it. Let's see. Something is written on the wall. Fucking, we take so much damage as well there. If Joseph looks calm, he can be taken out of his cell. Here he is again. Let's check out his cell. This really makes it feel to me like, you know, James is Joseph. Or that Joseph is some kind of mirror image of him or some kind of other variation of him. And if we read the note here, turn the numbers. Better not forget them, so I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. What's your secret name? Three, 493. The other one, my secret name. That last line doesn't relate to any riddle or anything. That's not something that you have to figure out. We just take these numbers and we enter them into the keypad. So creepy, that music, that sound. Okay, back down to S14, I think. That's where the box is. And I forget the number. 3493, maybe, or maybe 1. Nice. There's nothing inside the box. No, I'm wrong. There are a few hairs inside. I got a piece of hair. Long brown hair. It was in that box. Louise, I'll take care of you forever. So now, with our piece of hair and our bent needle, we can combine those to create a tool. There's something stuck in the drainage pipe. The hole is too small. I can't get my hand inside to reach it. Maybe if I had a long, narrow tool of some kind. Go on, chat. Now's your time. Make your jokes. That green is really unusual. It's rare to see something that bright in this game. All right, so what we do here to fish this thing out of the hole, we combine our piece of hair with this bent needle. And that's where we get our elevator key, which was stuck down the drain for some reason. There's nothing in the hole. Kind of interesting logic, using a hair to get something out of the drain instead of taking hair out of the drain to clear it. Okay, now we can finally get to the first floor, where we heard all that breathing coming from the other side. Yeah, and now we're just being smothered by the sound. Damn, look at the walls here as well. See the brick behind it there.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go.
Push that away, James. Get rid of that thought.
We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I?
Love that moment where he's just frozen in his thought.
Wait, there's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
get it. Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there?
Yeah, in the back.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back in the desk.
Laura! What are you doing?
Haha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Laura?
Okay, I guess I won't open it. I think I'll just leave you like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why, you
Laura?
hurt me.
There it is. Tell him, Laura. Oh man, I love when you get that in the first shot you see of the monster here, that extreme close-up of his mouth. You just get that shot of his mouth before you even see it properly. Really unnerving. Shoot him! Oh, 2 in 1. I love the way they stick their feet up once you've defeated them. Such a weird little touch. Is that a siren I hear? Ever so slightly? Here comes another one. Where did you come from? Just came through the wall. Ah! No! Oh, so good. I love that transition. That when the camera takes over after the fight, when it cuts to that scene, the camera's just going wild up in the ceiling. And it transitions to that strange scene, which is very Jacob's Ladder, like you're being pushed on a hospital gurney looking up to the ceiling. And that's that's the transition to our otherworld hospital here, where we are out in the garden, apparently, except the map is lying to us. The flesh lips monster we just fought was designed to represent the bedridden, sick Mary that shouted abuse at James. The version of Mary that James really hated. And that's what the lips on those big lips represent. You know, the very first shot that we see of it, just its mouth and these like crazy growls coming out of it. That's angry bedridden Mary right there. I really like the design of that thing. The legs especially. The weird legs that poke up when they're once you've killed it. Here we have the classic Silent Hill fan. Except, unlike Silent Hill 1 and 3, it doesn't really... It's not so prominent in Silent Hill 2. Here, it's not even moving. I really like how subdued these otherworld sequences are in comparison to 1 and 3. You know? In 1 and 3, you really associate them with, like, you know, the areas become so much crazier. You're presented with all this... You know, it becomes so oppressively industrial in Silent Hill 1 and 3. Where you're just bombarded by all this mad, visceral imagery, but... in this game, it's a bit different. Yeah, that's one thing that you see. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! I don't remember there being fucking glass smashing sounds here. But yeah, in a lot of these, in most of these rooms, this is something we see a lot. Everything has just been covered up. Everything's just wrapped in sheets, sheeted over. Has a weird kind of a effect. It makes it feel more claustrophobic, I think. When everything kind of looks the same, you feel more... I don't know, it feels less lived in, less human. Feels like James stands out more now that he's just covered by all these sheets. Tell my housemates to chill. Are the gun sounds enhanced too? No, these are the same gun sounds. They didn't alter any of the sound effects or anything like that. Not to my knowledge, anyway. The nurses are all bloodied now. Hey, the classic nurses are still here, though. Oh, really? Is that a handprint on the elevator wall? Not that I can see. Nah, I think I'm good. What do we have here? These sheets, man. It's suffocating. It's kind of hard to put your finger on the feeling that it gives you. I got the dry cell battery and the basement storeroom key. And what is this? Part of the wallpaper is torn. I can see something drawn on the wall beneath. Are those hands searching for something? Or are they just a sign of pain? Are you searching for something, James? Or are you just a big bundle of pain? Kind of looks like both. Kind of looks like they're reaching up for something, but they're also green and bloodied. The fact that it's a group of people as well is unnerving. There's a piece of paper on the bed. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark, and I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring. Are you getting bored, James? I'm really sorry if I'm fucking boring you here with your idle animation. Fucking asshole. I'm gonna start again. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark, and I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring, but I will never, ever go back there. A strange, cheeky Lord of the Rings reference here. My precious ring. It's hard. You can't read the phrase precious ring and not think of Lord of the Rings. Just seems like a strange piece of fiction to allude to in a horror game. All right. Well, I guess we'll see what the deal is with this basement's basement. Lord of the Rings is 2001. Oh, and yeah, the film. I actually just watched all those films for the first time very recently. As a kid, growing up, I had only seen The Fellowship of the Ring. I never saw The Two Towers or The Return of the King. I watched the two sequels recently. Really enjoyed them. It was crazy to learn about some of the stuff that was cut from the theatrical releases as well. In The Two Towers, when it released in theaters, you didn't even get to see Saruman get killed. What did they do with Saruman in the theatrical release? They just forget about him? I really liked that scene as well. I thought it was a great way to kick off the second film. Like, what a dramatic sequence to have at the start of a film. But yeah, those films are definitely like all-time great Hollywood blockbusters. I love how the furniture looks here, all wrapped up. Those chairs, the table. What do we have here? There's something that looks like a refrigerator. Will you open it? It's no good. The door is too heavy to open by myself. Well, let's see if we can get Maria back. Almost feels the opposite to the other worlds of 1 and 3 in a way. You know, in 1 and 3 it feels like the areas get crazier and more expansive with all the shit that you see in the areas that you explore. And here it's like more stuff is removed, more stuff is subtracted from the areas. Everything's just covered up. Okay, let's check out the next floor. Let's heal up. Keep that health topped up. No, 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 no. I love this here. Such a place to find a religious painting just on a random side of a wall here. If we stop and look up, you can see other figures up there as well, which is easy to miss. So strange. There's a painting of a woman on the door. Oddly enough, the hand part of the painting is actually 3D and sticks out. Yeah, and you can see that here as well, look. Both of the hands are coming out of the door. What does this mean? What's going on in your brain, James? What is the town summoning from your mind here? Or maybe this is just coming from the town. Hey, nice. There's a piece of paper on the bed. Just some doodle. Something's written on it. She is an angel. No one knows. Only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. It feels like this is written by the same guy who wrote on the carbon paper. Without any punctuation or anything. She is an angel. No one knows. Only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Oh, there's another part of it. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins, she devours them. Sin and sinner alike. She saves me. She is an angel. So some kind of angel that can save sinners. Hmm. Oh, the way it springs back to life there. Fish. There are empty medicine bottles here. Is this what Maria was taking? Is Maria sick now too? This is where we left Maria earlier. Now we saw her take out one of those bottles. She took a pill. It's just a hangover. Don't worry about it. Now we come back. 4 bottles since we last saw her. She went through all of these just for a hangover. Maria's not here. Where could she have gone? That heavy breathing. There's a really cool detail here as well. When we find Maria, if we come back to this room with her, the breathing disappears. The breathing only plays here for as long as we're not with her. Let's see. Oh, okay, let's save. I think it's time to go to the basement's basement. And see what we can find. Rincon, thank you for gifting a sub to Black Obsidian. Cheers. I am Chris with the 37 months as well. Thank you. Snake and a Cake, did I thank you earlier as well for your 12 months, your year? Thank you. Cheers, everyone. That black stain. Basement storeroom key. Oh, hey, we didn't get the cry, did we? Or is that only on the way out? Huh. Oh, I thought you heard that on the way down. But I think it might be another random sound that you don't always get. Some more shotgun shells. There's a shelf here. There are red handprints on the shelf. Move the shelf. It doesn't look like it worked out too well for these other guys.
James.
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I
Then
just...
stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
All right. Another gorgeous FMV scene. Man, Maria just looks so good in those scenes. I mean, all the characters look great in those FMVs, but particularly Maria. Just the variety of expressions you see. So there we see her switch between different sides of Mary's personality. The angry Mary that used to lash out, but the other Mary that's also just the sad, desperate Mary that desired comfort and love, attention. And the way she shifts between the personas so dramatically kind of makes you wonder if Mary was like that as well when she was in her sick state. And James's confusion as well, the way he kind of doesn't really know how to react. I'd imagine he was quite like that with Mary as well. And then her care for Laura, which she can't really understand because, yeah, the more tragic side to Maria, where she doesn't really know what she is. She has this care for Laura, but she doesn't understand why. Doesn't realize it's because she has Mary's feelings. And yeah, what we find down there as well, a copper ring. It's an anticlimax, really, that area. You know, you go down really expecting something. The game, earlier we read that note about, you know, the guy, I'm never going back into that basement. But when we go down there, there's actually not that much of, there's no real threat down there. The scariest thing we see is Maria coming in out of nowhere. And here's the precious ring that he dropped. I found it in the basement of the hospital. It's engraved with a picture of a spider. Maria? Is Maria the spider? The Black Widow?